What's good, YouTube? It's your boy vexyz, the lurking legend, head cook, and host of The Last Arc. And today we have one of the most anticipated streams that I've ever been a part of. We have an absolutely hype event for you guys tonight. We are joined with the coach himself. We have a legend amongst the community, somebody who I've been following since I joined in the One Piece community and have become current. And someone we've definitely been trying to, get on a stream for quite a while now. We have King Recon. How you doing today, brother?
Dude, it's an honor, man, and a privilege. I appreciate y'all for having me on. I tried to be a part of the mini reverie that happened a couple of weeks ago. I tried my hardest, but unfortunately I got off work too late. But it's awesome to be here now, and I appreciate y'all for having me.
Yeah, we are so hype, and we've got another one of those coming up soon, so we'll keep you on the list. We're trying to make sure we pull people who weren't able to make it to the last one, but thank you for even calling it that. You guys, we didn't pay him to say that. But that's hype. Thank you. We're also joined by, we have the historian of The Last Arc. We have Kube of the Red Sea here to cook with us. How you doing, bro?
What up, guys? Man, I'm excited. I'm happy to finally, one of my favorite hobbies with One Piece is watching YouTube videos and watching matchups. I'm happy to finally speak to one of them who keeps popping up, King Recon himself. So excited, man.
Hey, I also watched a lot of those matchups, so I'm right there with you. Yeah. Shout out to the matchups, man.
Shout out, super excited. And we also have the captain of The Last Arc joining us. We have Straw Hat Lucas. How are you doing tonight, brother?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm going to switch devices here in a second, so I might disappear for a moment.
No, you're all good, bro. We're just happy to have you here with us. But yeah, I know that you're also super hyped for this one. And then last but certainly not least, we have a very close friend of the channel. We like to call him, I think on the stream of Liberation, we called you the stowaway of The Last Arc. We have Tree the Wolf. How are you doing tonight, brother?
Hey guys, what's up? Really excited to talk about games of One Piece. Doesn't get much simpler than that, honestly.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's life.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's what a life to live, indeed. Yeah, I figured we'd open up by kind of diving into 1106 and how amazing of a chapter it was, and then maybe talk about some 1107 predictions. But yeah, like Coach, what would you say was like your most takeaway, like biggest takeaway from 1106?
So from the moment that we got the Nika stuff in the Bonnie flashback and Bonnie and Kuma flashback, I was like, man, when we get that inevitable moment when we see Bonnie looking up and seeing Luffy in the pose, it's gonna end up being one of the best moments in the series. And I kept waiting for it and waiting for it and waiting for it, and it just happened at such a beautiful time. We were all expecting obviously something insane to happen, whether it was a Grand Fleet or Blackbeard or Dragon or someone pulling up, but the fact that Oda decided for this to be the chapter for Luffy to get back up in his Gear 5 state, now having the context of why it is that Kuma did what he did within the flashback, what he continues to do now because of Luffy and because of what he did, and Bonnie and everything that she's had to go through to this point, continuing to search for Luffy, and for both of them to see that happen in that moment was one of the most beautiful and emotional moments in the arc so far, and it hit on a completely different level. And so that's definitely my favorite page. I mean, bro, when the Drums of Liberation were playing and the Iron Giant woke up because of it and Vegapunk continued the speech, it was incredible. That chapter represented a lot about what makes this series so special. It can tug on your heartstrings, but also get you extremely hyped, of course, with the ending. But that moment with Luffy in the pose as Bonnie and Kuma look up was definitely maybe my favorite spread in the arc that's taken place within the island itself. There was just so beautiful and so much build up went into it. I absolutely adore it.
Yeah, I saw you knock over your camera. I was in your live watching that.
Bro, it was the laptop, man. It fell at like such a weird angle, dude. I was
No,
like,
you're good,
I
bro.
tried my hardest not to knock over the camera this stream.
It
I
was
like,
the
it's not gonna
Conqueror's
happen.
hockey.
It's not
That's
gonna
what it was.
That's
It was-
right.
your camera
That's
couldn't
right.
hang. But yeah, I also I especially love from that moment that like a lot of people were speculating that Kuma was going to meet a very tragic fate at earlier points, and you know, we might not get to see Kuma himself actually witnessing like the confirmation of his thoughts about Luffy.
Right.
And it was so good to just see that, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Man, that was I won't lie, dude. You really got me hyped just hearing what you said, because yeah, I agree 100%. It's like such a, I would call this moment plus the reverse flashback we got when we see what Kuma was thinking when he was sending the Straw Hats away. You know, how he, you know, first the Straw Hats was like one of the worst moments where they thought they would actually die, while on his end was all to protect them. And you're like, and I feel like this scene is, I think, is very simple. Dude, that's why I say people say urgency about the Kuma love. Dude, no. The dude has been written, he's written so uniquely compared to even more than Oden. Like, you feel like, you know, like a guardian deity in a way for the Straw Hats, you know,
100%.
using Kaido's words for Yamato. Yeah. So I agree with what you just said 100%. Such an amazing panel.
Yeah, it hits hard, right? Because of course he just finished having his own Celestial Dragon Punch moment, and the fact that the original Celestial Dragon Punch is what inspired him to do all of this in the first place, right? So it's just it's been amazing how Oda has played around with that type of stuff within this arc. But Kuma, without questions, undoubtedly, I mean, he's always been one of the most impactful, influential, and well-written individuals in the story, but right now it's like bar none. He's without question in the toppest of top tiers for favorite entirely. Characters and most well-written characters. He's fantastic. Him and Bonnie is climbing her way up there too. I'm loving what Oda's cooking with Bonnie as well. So nothing but love to both of them.
Yeah, I just think it was so unexpected. I mean, I think we all kind of knew that there was going to be more to Kuma and his story, but I don't think that anybody predicted that it would be to the extent it was.
Right.
I mean, just seeing everything that he's gone through and then getting that satisfying punch. And what was that, 11:05? 11:04?
Yep.
It was 11:05, right?
Yeah, it landed in 11:05, yeah.
Yeah, like it's just, and then like you said, man, that double spread, because I didn't do a review for this chapter at all on my TikTok or anything, because that's usually where I upload. Like, I'll read my chapter, shoot a quick like 2.5 minute TikTok, throw it up on there so people can kind of get my first thoughts. But I didn't even do that with this one because of that one double page spread of Bonnie looking up the drums of liberation, Vegapunk's speech going on. I told all of my audience, just, hey, you guys got to go read this one yourself.
That's right.
Like, this is something you have to experience yourself, because it was breathtaking. Like, there's no other word to describe it. It was just so surreal and breathtaking. We all knew that Bonnie was going to see him as Nika at some point in this arc, but I don't think any of us were prepared for it to hit as hard as it did.
100%. Very well said. I couldn't agree more.
I want to know.
I'm just gonna say. Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Cube. No, go ahead, real quick.
I was gonna say that even though we love our first favorite giants, the first one that we fell in love with during Brogy pulling up, it would have been funny, instead of using the sun god, like we're here for the sun god, they would say we're here for God Usopp. You know,
Let's go.
Dude, you know?
Oh my gosh.
That would have been amazing. That would have been amazing.
We're here for God Usopp. Get.
Dude, I'm telling you, first page of next chapter, he's like, yo, we're here for the two gods. Like anyone else, I don't want to see them. We're here for the two gods.
I love that, but I was wondering, like, what's going through Kizaru's head right now, because we saw him Nika dancing too, you know, at the pizza party and the flashbacks, like, and there's been a lot of speculation about Kizaru. Like, I know Cube, Lucas, and myself have been on the Kizaru's gonna like double cross the world government since before we even got onto Egghead. Like, we've been writing this for a minute, like, you know, so I don't know, like, I'm super curious as well if we're gonna get like some more actual moments from him, or if like he's just gonna kind of get brushed under the rug in all of what's about to happen. But him seeing the sun god in the sky would, like, and I mean, he fought him, so I mean, but like, right. I really need some more like of what's really like going through his mind right now, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe that's just me.
No, I'm right there with you, and I think Oda's been very consistent with that throughout the course of this arc. I'm honestly impressed by the fact that that you guys were talking about this before this arc took place, because that's been one of the major thematic elements of the arc, right? Is a lot of these individuals attempting to like what happened with Lucci earlier on in the arc, where right after the Lucia incident, he starts questioning like, yo, what's going on? And then he immediately is like, no, don't question. You know what happens whenever you question around here. And then Lucci stayed with them. So now with Kizaru, it's like the ball really is in his court, where anything, if Kizaru joins us in the end of this arc, like that is an auto, or not us, but like our side, quote unquote, to help us escape. Then that, like, Kizaru's the X factor. Everything from here on out, whether we successfully escape, both Kizaru and the Iron Giant, those are the X factors on whether we get out of here like unscathed or barely hanging on by, you know, it all depends on them. But I think Oda's been very consistent with how he's handled the Marines, and it's been fantastic how he's done it too. How we had the Akainu Kuma stuff, how we have the Kuzan, or of course the former Admiral Kuzan with Blackbeard and Garp, and the stuff happening there. It's just he's been so consistent with each and every single Marine. It's why I'm so sad Smoker's not here as the original of that squad, but it's great to see it with all the others. And I'm right with y'all. I don't think it'll happen now, because I feel like it's gonna need a little bit more time in the oven for Kizaru to make that flip. But once I saw him doing the Nika dance in the flashback, I was like, no, that he's joining. Like he's on our side. I don't know what's gonna happen down the line. I don't know if he's gonna be an admiral in like Kobe's era, whatever the final era of the Marines is, but if he's gonna be one of like the major flagship admirals there at the end to take in that new era. But I'm just so curious as to what's going to happen with Kizaru, considering how conflicted he continues to be within these chapters with Sentomaru, with Vegapunk, with Kuma, with Bonnie. He's obviously really invested in everything happening. And now that he's seeing the real individual, like now that he's seeing Luffy in the Nika state, it's like, all right, dude, what are you going to do now? Especially since you're in the face of your superior, the individual that everyone cowers under, which is the Gorosei. It's like, what are you gonna do? What decision you're gonna make? And I'm excited to see what Kizaru ends up doing. Even though it looks like he's already made his decision, but just him staying on the floor to me is a decision in of itself. If he stays on the floor, does not get up again, he's all right. I see that as a decision. Like, I'm gonna let him leave. So
yeah, I think I clung on to that Kizaru as a traitor so hard initially. Not just in Egghead specifically, like thinking he would betray them there, is Oda's a big fan of threes, like doing things in threes. Luffy falls 3 times before defeating Kaido, that kind of thing.
Right. And
with Egghead, we were introduced to one traitor, York, and then we hear about another traitor, Lily, who betrayed Emu. And I was like, if there's a third traitor, and I was already on that whole like, Kizaru's gonna do something before the end of the story to like piss off the world government. I was like, it's got to be him. But I agree. I don't know if it's going to be hit, if it's going to happen this arc. I would like to, just because then I can be like, haha, I'm right.
Right.
But I definitely think in-game Kizaru is not going to be, I don't want to say fully aligned. Yeah, well, definitely he's not going to be aligned to the old regime of Marines. But I like what you said about like maybe he stays on with Kobe's era of the Marines, because we all know Kobe's going to lead the Marines to a new era.
Right.
I think.
Lucas, out of curiosity, do you not consider Kuzan to be the third traitor?
That's what I was going to say as well.
No, because there was already a lot of evidence that he had betrayed the world government before Egghead started.
That's true. I would agree. I could see Kizaru being like a lone faction though, like somehow lurking, like we see, because I'm not bought in that Kuzan is fully on with Blackbeard Pirates. He's up to something else. But
for sure.
Yeah, we can cook on that.
Like,
we can cook on that in a bit, because that's a whole conversation in and of itself. But I want to shout out to an absolute goat in the community. We've got Terrible TJ, the little garden himself, with a $5 super chat. He said, do you guys think Vegapunk dies? In my opinion, he does. And it's how Luffy loses, like Kid and Law did. Like D stream, and then a thumbs up emoji. Thank you, TJ. And yes, like D stream, but yeah, like, I mean, I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts on like what's going on with Stella right now.
So I want to extend the question a little bit further. In terms of Vegapunk dying, do we see like all the satellites dying with the Stella? Like if the Stella dies, do the satellites die too? or is this a situation where maybe another satellite, or like maybe a few more satellites die, or the Stella barely lives?
So-
Like, what do you guys think about that?
I actually have honestly, I don't think it's gonna be 1-to-1, but you know how we've been getting a lot of Star Wars reference, especially in this arc. If you think about, the pacifist on the other side, it makes you think of Order 66 in a way.
Right.
By the end of Order 66, only 2 Jedi survived, Obi-Wan and Yoda. So I'm wondering if maybe, I think maybe 2 side on the Vegapunk side will survive, like maybe Stella or someone else with Lilith, because I feel like there was something about Lilith at the get-go that Oda, he really pushed Lilith, and the way she was written, and her confrontation with the Straw Hats now helping them, like, there was a more of a connection. Like Atlas did feed Luffy, but we didn't get that much afterwards,
Right.
Yeah.
So I did feel like there was a difference with Lilith on the way he wrote her.
If you don't mind, can I go next, guys? You mind?
All right, go ahead, bro.
Sweet.
Cook, bro.
So with the Stella, I'm not going to go too deep into this because I know it's going to be very similar to Vex's answer. In all honesty, I think if the Stella dies, that is not the real Stella. His brain is in Punk records. Like, there's a lot of chances that that's not even his real body. But that's tinfoil. But if the Stella does die, I'm not sure if all the Vegapunks will die, but I don't think that they'll side with how we would want them to side. Like, I feel like a lot of them, obviously none of them are going to the Marines. Like, let's be real. The world government will execute them immediately.
That's right.
But I could really see York or Edison actually going with Blackbeard.
Yeah,
I could too, actually.
York would probably go willingly. Edison probably not so much. Shaka, he's done for. Pythagoras is done for. Atlas has barely made it through so far. But if all the Vegapunks somehow got wiped out, and this is big brain tinfoil hat territory, I would love to see Vegapunk give access to Punk Records to Frankie. I just think that, like, that would be a very Oda direction to take it. I don't have a lot of evidence or anything, obviously, for that. It's just an idea, but I think that's a very Oda direction to take it. Like, because we've all expected Egghead to be Frankie's arc, and everyone's like, well, why is this not Frankie's arc? Like, he's finally meeting Vegapunk. What's going on? And yes, he's had his moments and everything, but how do you retroactively make an arc all about Frankie? By giving him access to Punk Records. I think you were wanting to cook.
Yeah, and in that light, like, Frankie, his upgrades were like, yeah, we have Wapo metal incorporated into him and stuff like that, but a lot of his time skip was spent, like, in the wreckage of Vegapunk's previous lab and things like that. So if there was, like, some form of, like, adapter that you had to have, like, in order for you to get, like, the brainwaves, like the little apple that's on top of his head and stuff like that, like from Punk Records, like, Frankie's probably already got some, like, primitive form of that. It wouldn't be, like, too hard. So I remember we cooked on this, like, in a previous stream. Yeah. And it was absolutely fire. I love it. I personally think that, I don't know, I've been thinking about it a lot more, and it'd be interesting because like, Atlas brought up the organoids. And she's like, yeah, if we, get our heads blown off or something like that, we can just replace our body parts because we can grow these and stuff like that. So I'm like, what is the point of that MacGuffin if we're not going to, like, make use of it at some point? So I don't know if Stella, and, like, I put it in the chat as a joke, but honestly, I kind of mean it. I just put the Zoro nothing happened meme. I'm like, that's going to be Stella next chapter. But Tree, I want to hear your thoughts on it. Like, what do you think is going on with Stella?
Well, not even just Stella. I think if there's a Buster call, the island's probably toast, and considering his brain's, like, I think if his brain goes, they're all gonna go. And I really like the idea of if like, the theming of this to Luffy is a loss. Like, it's not, like, as devastating as Kid or Law, but it's still a loss to Luffy, and I really like that.
Interesting. So, like, they themselves won't lose, but if they lose Vegapunk, you'll feel like it's a loss.
Yeah, for sure.
I see that.
If Atlas, if Atlas doesn't make it out of this, like, Luffy will be devastated. She gave him food. 100%. She gave him food.
Absolutely.
Like, like. But yeah, that's crazy.
This entire, I love the ideas that have been presented. I actually wanted to add on to what Lucas was saying earlier in regards to the Frankie thing, because we've been putting together so many things about why the Sunny is the bounty poster and stuff of that nature. I think it would be very interesting if something like that were to happen. Is if Punk Records were to be transferred in some way, shape, or form to the Sunny itself. Like the Sunny itself becomes like a satellite or whatever it is to contain punk records somewhere within it. I think that would be a very interesting thing, especially considering how somewhere down the line, I don't know how Oda's gonna deliver the stuff that's in there, whether it be it just directly goes into people's brains once it's released or whatever the case may be. I don't know what he's gonna be cooking there, if it really turns out to be like an internet situation where we hook it up and everyone starts getting all this different access and information. I don't know how that's gonna play out. But
yeah, you have to choose between a blue pill or a red pill. No,
right. We're gonna go right into the matrix with that one, 100%. Like, and that's the thing. We really don't know how we're gonna get a lot of information end of series, and that would be an easy way to do it. But because it's Oda, I don't know how he's gonna do it. But I love that idea because, like you said, the same way we've all been thinking about Elbaf being the Usopp, the big Usopp arc. Going into Egghead, we were all like super on board, like, okay, Frankie, time to shine, let's go. And obviously, Frankie in this arc has been going crazy, right? Like he went
Stepping
up against the Gorosei. Yeah, come, like, bro, when he was ready to box both Kizaru and Saturn, I was like, Frankie, you're him. All right,
yeah,
like, you're him. You're that guy. But now, go ahead. You're gonna cook.
No. I was just agreeing with you. BK in the chat said that maybe they put like the brain inside of an egg, like the egg on Egghead, and it gets on their ship like to mirror
like
Roger's ship. Yeah,
that'd be cool.
That'd be sick.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, on the Frankie thing, the reason why I still feel like we're gonna get some big Frankie lore, and it's just weird. It's beginning, when the Straw Hats meets the satellites. Just so you know, remember how the satellites used to just be interested by the Straw Hats? You guys can go right back. Whenever Frankie asks the questions, other than Stella, all the other ones ignored him. And the only time for Shaka, and it's the arc where Vegapunk talks about he removed Kuma's memories. I feel like it's odd if you think about it. Vegapunk knows so much about the Straw Hat. Frankie is sent to his laboratory, and some of the satellites, literally, I think it was Peter Edison answers to him because Usopp asked the same question. They asked him at one point.
Very fascinating. I did not notice that.
Like, the Will of Ohara is the biggest one. You think about it, he talks about Kuma, and you look at it, he answers to Nami, to Usopp, to Robin. And when he asks the questions, he talks about Soul to Robin at that moment. But Frankie asks a question, and you think about it's Frankie, it's weird. So I do feel like there is something odd in Egghead with Frankie, so I'm wondering if Vegapunk, there's a plot coming in later on, did he remove his memories of Frankie for some reason because he's important in his as well? Because, I'm pretty sure we all think agrees that Kuma sending Frankie to his laboratories because Vegapunk gave him the information. Most likely.
That's crazy.
Dude, you just blew my mind with that. I did not notice that at all. That's if I mean, this is Oda we're talking about, but it's that's wow. And considering right before this arc, like we talked about before, knowing Oda, knowing how he did the Sanji thing back in chapter 801, and even before that with the North Blue stuff back in the beginning of Skypiea, it's like he obviously does a lot of long-term planning with the Straw Hats, and he had something in mind with Frankie whenever he created that bounty poster image. Even though it was obviously for jokes at the time, he still had something in mind for it. So coming out of this arc, we could get an answer for that if what you're saying is right. That's really, really cool, man. I like that.
That is sick. Real quick, guys, I got a shout out to Mr. Bushido56, an absolute goat. Thank you so much for the €5 super chat. This one's crazy, y'all. I'm just saying. So put a pin in what you got real quick. Tree, we'll get right to that. But this guy said, Lafitte shows up and uses his hypnotic powers on Bonnie, turning her evil. She uses the PX4. She uses the pacifistas for Blackbeard, while Stussy betrays everyone and frees York and the Seraphim. That is so wild. That
is wild.
TJ said Bushido, you're scaring me, in the chat, and I don't know, I agree. I think that the fact that Bonnie getting introduced as the end all be all for all of the pacifistas is it's such an amazing thing, but it's also kind of terrifying. But I don't know how. I don't know if I definitely do think Lafitte's inbound as well. but I don't know, man. This is a lot. Sorry, go ahead, Tree. I just had to major shout out to Mr. Bushido.
Oh man, I'm all over the place. You just reminded me. I wanted to bring up like the potential of Ace being cloned, but that's not why I was
waiting to talk.
yeah, that's not why I was waiting to talk.
He's like, any
how do you
excuse to
guys
talk
feel-
about Ace.
Leave me alone. How would you guys feel if Vegapunk had like kind of like a Batman-y thing? So when he dies, it auto sends out all of the like punk records to the world.
Right. So like that goes into a little bit of what we were discussing earlier, because so my thought process is if that happens, because for me it's one of two things, right? Either that happens or Vivi herself utilizing either Kuma's ability or if she gets the fruit, or maybe Big News Morgan's huge balloon ship thing goes around and starts like the true thing of like, this is what I saw in the Holy Land, and starts talking about Instant Messenger Sama, like starts letting everybody know about Emu, and like, this is what's happening, this is what's going down. Either she's gonna do it, or like we were talking about earlier, like what you just said, Punk Records itself starts like directly going into people's brains and showing a lot of this stuff, which could be how we see maybe even the Void Century itself, man. Like there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of stuff in Punk Records, dude. If he dies and the explosion from that is everyone receiving Punk Records at the same time, I wonder what that would even do. You know what I mean? Like, what would that do to Eam? What would that do to the major players in the story, like Blackbeard, Dragon? How would they react to getting this information, like all at the same time? That would be nuts. If something like that were to happen, it'd be catastrophic.
Dude, all I want, and this is very important, if anything has to be leaked, like if it's on Punk Records, one thing they have to leak is footage of Egghead incident, but they have a recording of Saturn spewing his hate of the world. Because dude, if people hear what Saturn has been saying in Egghead, like that, like it was recorded in Egghead, and you can see Saturn or Gore saying how he sees humanity, that would like shake the world.
I would love that.
Yeah, that would shake the world.
Love that. I would love that so much, because I see Emu in the post arc, like doing another huge thing, whatever it ends up being, whether it's a face reveal, more spooky, thou art I, or whatever, right? Like it's gonna be some really interesting stuff. But I'm excited for when Saturn returns, especially if what you're saying is true, Kube, and in regards to the like Gorosei being revealed to the world for everyone to see, and how they view humanity. It would be interesting to see how Emu reacts to that information, because for me it would be pretty obvious if Garcia Saturn returns without Luffy's head. I think Saturn's done. Like Emu's just gonna kill him on sight. Am I wrong in feeling that way? Like I just feel like if he fails the mission and or that gets revealed to the world, Emu's just gonna be like, screw it. Like, you're done.
Right. And if you think about it, for those who don't realize that, if you think about all the biggest issues that the world government have right now in terms of like post time skip, is all the science department. Caesar Clown, the whole cake debacle, science as well. It feels like Saturn hasn't been doing a good job in his department, if you think about it. So yeah, I can see it.
I mean, he has, if you think about it in the aspect that like he's trying to stop the flow of scientific advancement.
Yeah, he said we don't need any more advancements. So it's interesting to think about that as well. Another interjection, guys. I'm loving what y'all are putting down, but I got another shout out to Mr. Bushido too, actually. With a €2 super chat, and said Blackbeard wanted Boa's devil fruit but failed, but he can take S Snake. I have been preaching the fact that he wants the Seraphim forever now, for like since we got like literally since he like first showed down with S Hawk. I've been preaching it, brother. I've said it on multiple streams, but I also wanted to give you a major shout out, Mr. Bushido, for the 1 gifted membership to the last arc, and it went to the absolute goat himself, Mana Crow, which is wild.
You've been trying for weeks, man, to get Nana Crow with the gifted memberships, and then
It's
Bushido
insane.
got it in the first rip.
That's so funny.
And then Bushido or Bushoda, guys. Bushoda.
Bushoda, the writer of the story. Thank you for One Piece. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bushido. But no.
Out of curiosity, do you guys consider Bonnie to actually have a devil fruit,
Yes.
Definitely.
even though it was inherited?
It wasn't inherited, so she was definitely like, because what he said was that he basically injected her with the juice of it, so like she still kind of consumed it.
It's Alvida. Alvida never consumed a devil fruit. She consumed a devil fruit seed. So yeah, I think it's the semantics.
I always took it as like he did the experiments on her mom, and that's what caused the sickness. And then Bonnie was born with the sickness, and after the sickness was cured, the fruit awoken.
Well, she had the fruit powers before the sickness was cured, so she would have had it at birth too. This is so funny because I know you've been playing through Crisis Core, and I'm just like, okay, so
I'm paying full attention.
I know, but the thing is like, is this like an instance of like maybe they operated on the mom and like in like it transfer? It's like the whole Genesis versus Angeal versus Sephiroth like thing. Like,
it's the Genesis gene.
Tree, how have you not talked to Recon about how he has an Aerith profile picture?
You weren't here. I did.
Yeah, they already cooked on it. But that's so funny.
$2 super chat. Wait for Carrot to show up. It will happen.
Yeah.
Carrot's in the chat from Bushido.
Oh my goodness.
Did you see the cover? The cover. Two cover chapter ago. She's in zone.
Do you think Bonnie could get Kuma's fruit as well? Because she has her first one through unconventional means, or non-conventional.
I think that would have to depend on when we find out why it is Blackbeard can have more than one. Because if it has to do something with Buccaneer DNA, I could but the thing is like Bonnie herself doesn't have that, right? So it's like I'm
who
so
knows
curious.
though, because the stem cells that he would have been using and would have needed to cure the sapphires, those could have potentially came from Kuma. So she actually might have like a little bit of Buccaneer in her, even though Kuma is not her biological father. Because
right.
like who really knows? Like, but like I don't know. It's Oda has left so much open here. It's like breaking my brain every time I try to think about like how much is like up in the air still. But yeah, I think that I was somebody who was like a firm believer of the fact that Bonnie never ate a devil fruit. And before we got the reveal, I was like, look, half of the panels she's in this entire story, her mouth is full of food, and that's her whole thing. She's the glutton, and then he's just gonna off screen her eating a devil fruit. That's ridiculous. Like, absolutely. Like, I was like, no, she manifested these powers out of sheer will because she was saying, I can't wait to be older, and she wanted to hit her 10th birthday like as fast as possible, and all this and all this. And I was like, yo, she just papagooed herself into a devil fruit power. But then we got more exposition on it through what Saturn had said, but it's still vague enough for me to kind of be right there with you, Tree. I think that maybe this, because he said that the fruit itself was rendered useless, if I remember it correctly. And
again, I thought that he injected it into his mom or her mom. Whoa.
Yeah.
And
no,
it was passed down from her to.
Because didn't he mention that the baby could not consume the fruit, so he did that instead?
Yeah, basically he basically explained the germa technology. What judged it to a Sora, it's the same thing. On a pregnant woman. It's based on the pregnant woman. It's just
y'all
the
know
different.
who I think it's the pawpaw fruit. So, like,
oh yeah, and we got a lot
What do you
of.
think? What do you think?
Go for
Frankie.
it, bro.
Oh, Frankie? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you think so?
He just he's intrinsically tied to Kuma ever since
That dog in him.
he's got that dog in him. Yeah, he just got that bark, bro.
That's right.
He's intrinsically tied to Kuma. If you think about it, like, what is the first arc that Kuma shows up in? It's Thriller Bark. What's Frankie's honeymoon arc? It's Thriller Bark. Right after that is Sabaody. What happens in
in Sabaody, Kuma comes again. Right after that, return to Sabaody, the first arc we get Frankie again. Frankie has a one-on-one interaction with Kuma, and then Kuma's stuck in Marie Joie until Egghead. Like, and then first thing he does when he gets done being stuck in Marie Joie, comes to Egghead, where Frankie and Bonnie is. Like, there's more to it than that too.
Yeah.
Like, there's some Paul iconography. He's depicted in a lot of the color walks in bear costumes or like with bear ears. When he showed up to Egghead, he was wearing a bear fur coat. Like, there's a lot of little things, but it's either Frankie or Vivi for me. But
if you want the full breakdown, definitely go check out Den Kushi's channel, where he has multiple videos on why he thinks that Frankie gets the pawpaw. I personally agree with Baby Pluton. I think that it would be really cool if like it was integrated into like the Sunny somehow, like and like we've never seen like a non-Zoan into an object, but we're in a place where we could potentially see that. But also like if like the Sunny turns into like a mecha and Frankie like wears it and like pumps green blood or something, like there's a lot of different ways it could happen, because it doesn't have to be the fruit proper itself. We've seen that the pawpaw does have a green blood like version of it in S-Bear, so maybe he doesn't get the fruit proper.
Regardless of who gets it, we all agree that the fruit's going to the tree on the ship, right?
I don't know, man.
Oh, yeah, I want that to happen so badly.
Chekhov's gun that's been sitting there forever.
I'm gonna add my grain on it. The reason why I would really want it for Kuma, and I'll say this, one of his most creative technology, cybernetic, he has is on his palms. You know, when he opens his palms, and I'm wondering if how the pop-off food works. What if basically it will enhance as well what he's able to do with this technology? So I feel like it'll be very interesting. You know, he might even do stuff that Kuma couldn't be able to do. You know, because of all the tech he has around his palm.
You know, the next generation always has to surpass the previous generation. In every aspect in the story. I love that. I want to go back to a point that Vex said earlier in regards to the manifestation of will, and if Bonnie truly has a fruit, because that really opened my eyes there, and whenever you were describing that, because obviously within this arc, found out that Vegapunk describes fruits as, you know, the manifestation of one's dreams and desires, and it makes me wonder if that's what Oda was trying to say with Bonnie. Like, is this the origin of fruits that we're experiencing? Like, is this how it came to be initially? Was it a Bonnie type situation where somebody just through some sort of technological advancement, because obviously back then they had an advanced civilization, and Emu was against them. We don't know why they were labeled devil fruits, but we know that they were against the ancient the advanced civilization. So that's why I've always been of the thought that potentially the fruits themselves definitely have some sort of technological thing to them, because it goes directly against Emu and what you guys were saying earlier with Saturn trying to stop all that from happening again. But it just fascinated me that you're absolutely right in regards to Bonnie manifesting these things to the point to where we don't even know what kind of, like, the fact that she's able to do the Nika-ish future thing, also making other people older, is kind of like an awakening ability. It's like we're seeing someone break the what we've known as the established rules of the story, but we don't really know the established rules because we don't know the origin of fruits. So it's like I'm fascinated by what Oda's doing with Bonnie, because Bonnie, like Blackbeard, is not presenting an oddball in the series that is sort of breaking what we knew about fruits. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing if Oda continues to talk about this in Elbaf, considering I'm sure giants, the sun god, and all that stuff, we're going to get into some really deep origin of fruit stuff there. But I feel like because it's Oda, he's always putting hints before he reveals stuff. Due to Egghead, due to the parallels, due to so many different things, I might be of the thought that Bonnie might actually be like a representation of maybe the individual who first got a devil fruit ability back in the past. And I think that's really, really cool to think about, considering we're seeing someone, like you said, manifest because they wanted to get older for their 10th birthday. They made it happen. You know how crazy that is? Like, but that's what Oda said. That like Vegapunk is saying that's his theory. This is what they did in the past. They manifested their desires and dreams in some way. Whether they did that through technology, whether they literally did it through magic, like we saw Saturn do with the spellbinding circle, which we still don't have an explanation for that. It's like all these different things that we don't know about. We're gonna get answers for it, but because we're getting hints for them in this arc, Bonnie, man.
I would do one better. I would do one better than you.
Okay.
I would put Bonnie. We're seeing how they would come to, but I think there's another path, and I think that's Zoro's storyline. If you think of Zoro, what he's able to do, and the last scene he says, "I desire to be king of hell," and then you have literally the Grim Reaper. I agree with the Bonnie thing, but I think like Oda has been hinting with some people what they're willing to do. They're willing to sacrifice their body. Like instead of being hopeless, you believe in something that you dream of it to the point that it'll maybe never happen. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, they're showing like what it takes to manifest a devil fruit. I think we're seeing the different ways.
That's one thing I love
I'm gonna throw a
about
wrench in this. Are you telling me someone desired to be on fire so bad that it created the Ace's devil fruit?
Can you imagine?
Actually, so Straw Hat Lucas.
I'm sweating right now.
He has actually cooked on this, and we have some theories getting cooked up and like edited right now about that. But it doesn't necessarily have to mean that they were desiring to want to be on fire, maybe to just control it. But I love that Oda leaves like these breadcrumbs, you know what I mean, like throughout the story, and it's like you won't know it's an actual trail of breadcrumbs until you get the reveal, and then you can like go back and retroactively be like, oh, he's been telling us the whole time, we're just dumb. Like, no.
Dude, there's like human fruits. Vegapunk turned a dog. Oh man, it was right at the beginning.
A gun into a dog.
Yeah, okay. So does that mean like someone wanted to become a dog really bad, and that happened for them?
Well, with the fire one, I always give the example of when do you think the most you would want the will to control fire more than anything?
Also, yeah, I would also
when
see
you're
some
on fire.
instances.
If you say someone set you on fire, you would will it so badly. Dude, I wish I could control this flame and just get it off me. You'd will it so badly in that critical moment that maybe that's what made that fruit. It's insane. Out of the only one I can't get it's the jacket one. Maybe they were freezing to death.
Well, that's what I was going to bring up with the jacket one.
That's why I think some instances is like it could be being or people. Like think of what the last thing Roger said to Rayleigh. I will not die part. And what if some instances, like for maybe mostly the Zoans, the animals, it's like creatures from the past, like they desire so much not, to die, or the context of it, they don't actually die, they live like that thing, and someone inherits a certain will that connects to them, It could also be it could be people from the past.
Well, you have to think about it like whenever the Gorosei were specifically speaking about the Nika before we got the actual name drop of the fruit, they were saying that Zoan fruits reportedly have a will of their own. So it could be different between Logias, Paramecias, and then Zoans. There could be a distinction, and I've heard a lot of interesting theories about how people think that maybe if a devil fruit was eaten enough times, and if we've seen with Sabo that the will of Ace Academia. Exactly. It's the will stop. I'm not no, but the will of a previous user and all of the previous users could potentially be stored within these fruits, like an avatar state, or all for one, or the billions of other it's a common story trope, but the compiling of all of these wills, if enough humans had eaten a fruit, and I actually think I heard this from Hime, but I know I've heard of a lot of other individuals talking about it as well. If a fruit was eaten enough time and somebody had a will that was strong enough and enough wills were compiled into it, would a fruit potentially become sentient itself at a point in time? Which is another interesting thought. There could be two origins to devil fruits, for all we know, because Zoans don't seem to fit in the same kind of, I don't know,
I mean,
I'm really curious if an inanimate object can get create a fruit, like we see with the Going Merry, kind of having a will of its own and doing its own thing before
Yeah.
I mean, dude, there's literally the Moshi Moshi no Mi, so I mean, that's a dessert.
Well, a lot of
it's true.
a lot of like what Oda has put down harkens to like Shintoist belief and things like that. And I'm a person who likes to think that all fruits have a will of their own, but we've only been given like evidence to Zoans based off of if we trust the word of the Gorosei, that is. But they were only in the company of themselves, so why would they feel the need to lie then, unless they're like breaking the fourth wall and they know the narrator was like, I don't know, but like the thing is like I'm
Oda's writing.
But the thing is
they knew Wapol was watching.
Oh god. But the fact that a Klobatermon can spawn from a ship that's near its like end, or a ship that is very beloved. We also see that there's arguments that swords could potentially contain like a will of their own based off of what we've seen from Enma and Zoro's interactions, or maybe they store the will of another and things like that. But like in Shintoist belief structures, it's like called the Koto Amatsukane, which is, or Kami, which is like there are countless gods within everything. Right. That rock on the side of the road has a god in it right now, and there's like, and God is like a less like a less like a grandiose term, and it's just something that defines the spirits that are within all of the nature around you. And it could also make sense as far as like if somebody has the voice of all things and they're talking to like Zoro, hearing the breath of all things against Mr. One, he could have literally just tapped into the countless kami that were within those rocks. And Nami could just be speaking to like the weather kami, and like Gold Roger could have just heard like the kami from the poneglyphs and things like that. But like it's so, if all of these things do have like their own sort of form of sentience, then yes, I think that it would make sense that any of them could desire a fruit if the conditions were met. I also got a shout out to JJ, John Sherrod on all social media, the OPU fam in the chat, and Mr. Bushido with another €2 said that the Sunny falls off the edge and lands on Saturn. That's crazy. I don't think it's going to do anything to Saturn, though.
I mean, how do you take care of a spider?
You squish it, baby.
Yeah, you squish it, baby.
Throw a giant ship at it, I guess.
I mean, if Kuma only did that to him, and he just, he said, reverse Uno, I'm going to heal myself up, like, dude, the Sunny better fall from the space to hurt him.
I still can't believe that, dude. Like, I all the boss, if a final boss of any JRPG you ever played just started regenerating health, like after I hit it with like a monstrous technique, like I'm putting the controller down, dude. That's that's literally what Kuma did, bro, or what Saturn did. It's like, come on, man, come on, dude.
Yeah,
it's. Go back. It was something you said before, but I'll let you spit. Then I will jump on what I want to build up. Something you said. Whatever you were saying is. Okay, I'll go. Anyways, it'll be too fast. It's like, I agree 100% what you're saying about the way people can hear, because I am convinced. Like if you look at Alabasta, and I saw this a few months ago, Luffy only realized that he could touch Crocodile because he looks down at his arm, and I'm wondering if Luffy heard a voice tell him, "Look at the arm." Like hinting him, because remember what Brule said? Luffy has his unique battle thing where he's able to understand his fighter's ability. But what if he's hearing a voice? He's that compatible with his fruit. Like it's basically he doesn't realize it. It's a bit like in some movies you see people being guided by a spirit, not realizing you're being guided, by an arch, some sort of angel.
So
kind of makes me think that
consciously tapped into his fruit.
Yeah, like basically he's that compatible that he hears a voice in it's what he said in Little Garden, instinct. When he's able to find which one was Mr. Sri among the 20 of them, even he was shocked, saying you couldn't know which one it was, and he said instinct.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of when he was fighting Enel and he turned his brain off and he was just fighting out of like pure battle, like raw battle IQ, like the instinct.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he made Ultra Instinct.
He is at 2% of his power, y'all. Like, but no, like, I think it's interesting, but like we've seen Luffy react to voices in his head before, which is why like I feel like it's something more subconscious or something less like obvious than like he heard a voice, because we've seen him be like, "Huh, what was that?" Like it must have been the wind, like whatever the giant sea kings at the bottom were like, he's like, "What was that?" And like when with Zunisha as well, he could cut like, so it's something that I feel like Oda would have, just through the consistency that Oda has shown as an author throughout the years and whatnot. I don't know if it would have been like, I don't know, because Alabasta was really early on, but still like I think it would have been something maybe more subconscious. And that's like my whole reason why I don't know if I believe whenever people say that the Nika fruit has changed him and been guiding him this whole time. I'm like, maybe it changed him a little bit because he did say in chapter 1, but I don't think it was like one of the commies like guiding him per se either.
No, not
No,
at all.
no. To go in just to specify, I was talking about a subconscious thing. Like maybe the voice of all thing is the upgraded version of that. Like because he's that compatible, he's doing something naturally because it's not the fruit guiding him, but they're intertwined. Like what the Zunisha said, I can hear the drums of liberation. He has the same heartbeat as Nika. Like at that instance, so it's not like Yami Yugi and Yugi. In Yu-Gi-Oh, where the one telling him, no, they play that analogy. Card. Yeah. It's like,
Cube loves Yu-Gi-Oh analogies. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh analogy.
We got another €5 super chat from Mr. Bushido saying, what if Luffy did in fact die in Wano and awakened Nika form because everyone was praying for a savior and Nami refused to believe he died? They brought him back, like I guess with their will. It's interesting. I have so many theories about it.
Guys, let me cook.
Go for it.
I had this running theory as I was catching up on One Piece, that what if Luffy is kind of like Haruhi from like the Melancholy?
Oh my goodness. Universal
like,
level.
Whatever he wants just kind of happens. He truly believed that Zoro wouldn't die. Nothing happened. Like that kind of thing always... It always goes back to Luffy wants it and therefore it happens. Like it's just period, like flat.
So actually it is connected to it, but I have something and I'm wondering, and I want your opinion on you guys. You know how Kaido's type of dragon is a deity, the blue dragon, Japanese myth, so he awakened with another deity. Do you guys think if Enel was able to harm Luffy and if he would have died, if he would have awakened? Because it's a similar instance, if he would have died, the similar pattern.
I don't know if it would have been back then because his hockey wasn't anywhere near the levels that it needed to be for him to do anything Gear 5. Maybe it would have been like, because we've heard that nobody's awakened the fruit in the past 800 years, which means that they're like, I don't think that means that nobody's had the fruit. There have probably been previous users who have failed to awaken it, and it could have been because the circumstances just weren't right.
Right. And the compatibility, like we talked about earlier. Like maybe there was nobody compatible since Nika.
Yeah.
But I do agree.
Also before the Aokiji thing, he didn't have his gear yet. He didn't even face like Aokiji yet. So yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Well, I like to think Shipwright of the last arc, Fritz the Ditz, he always says that it's like his fruit made his mind more malleable, turned it into rubber. And I think that's really what it is. And that's why he aligns with me.
I'm telling you, man, it's the Haruhi thing. He was told it was a gum fruit, and he believed it, and then it became a gum fruit, and his body was rubber. I'm telling you, man, it all comes back to Luffy just thinking it, and then it just happens.
Well, I feel like...
what's weird about Luffy's fruit, too, is that when people eat their fruit, they know immediately what fruit they have. Like, Kaku ate his fruit immediately. Was like, I got the giraffe fruit.
Kaku. I'm sorry.
Kaku, yeah.
I have to say,
Midwestern
a giraffe. It would be hard for him not to know.
Oh my goodness.
Khalifa with the Awa Awa, like she knew immediately what it was. She knew, but Luffy didn't. Shanks had to tell him what he ate.
Yeah, but I feel like the thing is like we all can agree Shanks probably knew exactly what that fruit was, right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. 100%,
so
100%,
him telling Luffy what it was and not telling him the exact name of it, I think was intentional to test the user itself. It was like okay, well, if Luffy's really him and if the fruit finally found like a worthy person, then he'll figure it out on his own. And it's the same thing as like Shanks was just like, nah, don't tell me about like I want to go there on my own type of shit. So I mean I could definitely see that. Like Shanks absolutely knew what it was, and he told him it was the gum fruit. And like, but I do see the Haruhi like side of things as well. Like, but I don't know. It's like, so it's more than the fact that Luffy isn't aware of it, though. I think there's other limitations. But yeah, like its imagination is the truest raw form of like his limitations and like his strength and things like that. But I think that. I don't know. It's so crazy to think about how powerful end of story Luffy could potentially get, because if that is true, then dude can literally rewrite history, but we could see that is something that Oda has like hinted at there being potential precedents for in the story. So I don't know, but again, like how powerful does the final boss have to be if that's what they're going to be contending with? So like this is just kind of getting scary, you know.
Yeah, Imu and Luffy and the series might have like a Gurren Lagann-esque.
Oh my god!
Oh
god!
You just made
I
Tree
love you.
so happy. That's Tree's favorite.
Favorite anime.
Yeah, no, I love Gurren Lagann. Like, just imagine, like, yo, we have the anti-spiral versus Simon greatness with Luffy and Imu. You know, how peak that would be.
Oh my god, I got goosebumps.
Goosebumps.
No, and I love that too, is
actually-
because like throughout the
Nikki
800
just
years
found a best
previous, yeah, throughout the 800 previous years, if there were failed Gomu Gomu users, failed Joy Boy archetypes or prototypes that did not get to awaken their fruit, it's like the scene at the end where you see all the failed like mechs like that never succeed, and this is the one timeline where they do, you know. Like,
Right.
What makes you think you'll succeed? I'm him.
That's right.
bruh.
I'm Monkey
mean,
D.
and
Luffy, not the king of the pirates. That's what I was.
And I won't lie, I am big into thinking, obviously just headcanon, but the way the Gorosei say, yes, the name was changed, it even says, oh, why change such a fruit, right? Then you think about Luffy. Luffy has this talent of giving nicknames when they know their name. And they said that fruit was avoiding us. I'm wondering if the fruit itself changed its name because he knew it was being wanted, you know? Like, and naturally, you know, like self-preservation. You know, he's that free that he can even choose the name he goes by.
Right.
I feel like that's the government covering it up and trying to keep it on the down low.
Right.
No, obviously as well, but I say, you know, it'd be very, you know, romantic in a way of, you know, the Joy Boy. Like, what if that thing of nickname is something that both Joy Boy, Nika, and Luffy share? Like, they have this talent of giving nicknames to their friends as well, you know? You know, shonen love to do those parallels. You
I
know,
see what
shonens
you're
love to do
saying.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy, and like I don't know, I'm a firm believer that like everything that we know in today's day and age about devil fruit as well as hockey is propaganda. I don't believe there's not just 3 types of devil fruit and not just 3 types of like hockey, and it's like it's not so cut and dry as this or that, rock paper or scissors. That's just like, because imagination is such a powerful commodity in the world that we see them living in and things like that, they are working to stunt imagination through hundreds of years 100%. Of propagandizing. So I think that any
100%.
like the thing about the whole Gomu Gomu being that it changed its own name is actually crazy. But even if that's not it, I mean, its name got changed for obviously for a reason, but I don't think it's the only one. I think there are several other fruit that are, you know, like we've seen some epithets of other fruits, and I brought this up in recent streams as well. Like the magma fruit is specifically as the highest offensive power of the Logias, and then we have like the Ope Ope no Mi is referred to as the ultimate devil fruit, which is crazy. And then there's like the most ridiculous power in the world, the Nika fruit. Right. And we have a few others, like the Gura Gura is the most destructive paramecia, is what they call it. And like
destroy worlds.
That's crazy.
For the world.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The world. Yeah.
And for everyone wondering if it's true propaganda or not, because you know, Captain Morgan in Shelltown explained the rules of Devil Fruit. Before he explained the rule of Devil Fruit, he says legend says. Even he used the word legend before clarifying the rules. Like even the first rule we got pre-time skip East Blue is not even a rule. It's just hearsay. So yeah, I agree 100%. It's propaganda.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Which, you know,
To speak on like the rest of the chapter though, like so we've covered like the Bonnie Nika scene and some Kuma talk and some Saturn talk. Can we cook on Dory and Brogy, you guys? Like, this is insane.
Hashtag LBAF.
Do you guys think this is like a thing that I've been hearing a lot of people saying? Do you think Shanks is actually with them?
No.
So I was going crazy at the possibility, but I don't think he's there.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
hard no for me. I think it's too early still for the whole Shanks card to be pulled and him meeting with you.
I'm
it's way
starting to
too early.
think that when Shanks claimed it's time to go get the One Piece, he wasn't gonna go get it for himself.
No, I don't know, man.
Oh,
That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
I'm telling you, like the theming of like him being based around like Tyr and the Giants are showing up, and the Giants knew like Sun God by name, and like that means Shanks had to have known if he's hanging out around Elbaf all that. Like it just, dude, I'm telling you, he's Luffy's #1 supporter.
Over Bartolomeo.
Oh no! Oh no. Yeah, Bardo's toast.
That's why him and Bardo.
That's why him and Bart had that fight, man.
That's
Like, no, I'm the
crazy.
biggest fan.
Oh my
guys.
No, honestly,
you know my gender with Barto, so I'm gonna stay quiet. You know my gender with Barto.
Holy shit, though, DQ, you just blew my mind because I've always thought about that Shanks being a traitor or just Shanks being, you know, kind of like the final threat. Not necessarily like the big bad, but I've never thought about that. He is Luffy's biggest supporter. He has to know that Nika is like necessary.
Homie showed up at the end of Wano and was like, "Leave my boy alone." Like, dude.
I personally definitely think that Shanks is going for it for himself, but I'm so curious as to why he believes that he's not the one. Like there's been so many hints throughout the course of the series that like that's sort of like Shanks is leaving this to Luffy because he knows he can't do a certain thing, and I just wonder because obviously he has the strength, he has the clout. There's so many things that he does have, and I wonder what is it that he knows that's the reason why he thinks he's not like the one that's gonna do it. Like what
It has to be what Roger told. It has to be. Oh, sorry.
When Roger talked to him, he was like, you know, he said something. He whispered something to Kid Shanks when he was like 13 or 14 after coming back from the final island and things like that. And like Shanks started crying. I feel like my headcanon is that like it's not like, you know, evil Shanks or anything like that. It's just like it may be his will. Because somebody who's able to use hockey on the level that he is and just, you know, stand and gatekeep the entire world, keeping it kind of like in check for as long as he probably has. And it's like, it's insane for him to be like, just like some pacifist guy who's just gonna like, you know, say you shall not pass to anybody except for Luffy, and just to hold the door open for him. I think that what he's doing is similar to Kaido in the sense that he's like, okay, well, if I'm not Joy Boy, I'm gonna be what stands in his way, or like maybe he's like, I can like manifest a will.
Absolutely not.
Maybe I can manifest my will strong enough to like whatever Roger foresaw. He's just like, okay, well, I'm gonna create my own destiny. If you see that somebody else is destined to become that like person, well, I'm gonna become greater or something like that.
Right.
Let's put it to the test.
Like that would explain his insane King's Hockey too, the ambition.
Yeah. For me, it has to be something in Laugh Tale. And I've said this, I don't know how, but they found out about Joy Boy's journey, and for some reason, the last thing he said to before they left, and he was staying with Buggy, is, "Don't worry, Buggy, when I'll be on my own adventure." It has to be something with it, because if you think about also in Wano, Odin prophesied Luffy and his allies defeating Kaido, right? Well, among them was Kid, a red-haired pirate missing an arm with a scar in his eye that has his obsession going to Elbaf. If you say you don't say the name, just describe the character, people will call him Shanks because they have the same the same physical features. I'm wondering if Shanks found out that he's not supposed to be part of this story, and he's trying to write himself in it. I think it could be that as well. There was something about Roger told him that made it sure that he cannot be part of the story.
Homeboy has the retcon no me.
Exactly. He's finding a way how to jump in the story.
That's crazy.
Shanks has been passive because he's been waiting for Luffy to awaken, and as soon as he sees him awaken it, he sends Dory and Broggy to go pick up Luffy. Like I'm telling you, they're showing up to give him like the last poneglyph.
Well, the thing is, like Dory and Broggy were shown acting on their own accord. And when they dunked on Kid, they were having fun. They were doing their with an old friend, but they were acting as Elbathians. They weren't acting as red hair Grand Fleet. Like I wouldn't say like they're autonomous on their own. And the thing is that Shanks is not on Elbath anymore. He was leaving.
Right.
He was literally so if they're like we need to get Straw Hat, I feel like they would be bringing him and like the Straw Hats to like Elbath, which is not where Shanks is at.
No, that's why I said they're bringing him the last road poneglyph. Like, hot take, I think we might not get Elbath, and I think we're going to Laptail after this.
Oh my god,
Oh,
you
man.
know
Dude,
how
I-
upset.
I've heard
I'd
say
be,
that.
I would be in, as much as I want to go to Laptail, I'd be in tears if we don't go to Elbath. Dude. I would be in tears, especially with
crazy.
Nori and Brogy themselves coming to get them to fulfill the promise from
Elbath is
Little
coming to
Garden,
us.
Man. Like,
Yeah.
that's right. Elbath came to us.
No, they've been teasing Elbath as much as Oda's been teasing us Vegapunk. Like think Little Garden, Ennis Lobby, even at Dressrosa that with a giant. They even I think there was a stint with it, like it got refreshed. There has to be something with Elbath. It will be it will be like
Fisherman Island, Wano, Elbath, and Laptail are the ones that have been built up throughout the course.
Yeah, it's
I just
crazy.
don't believe it's the next one because we've got Big Mom, Kaido, Vegapunk now. I just don't believe we'll get Giants right after. It's a lot of we're being spoiled too much with the arcs.
Oh no,
So, like,
no, I think we will, man. You have to remember this is the final saga. Like I think he's going hard in the paint from here on out.
Yeah,
That's why I think that we're gonna be skipping Elbath. I feel like he's like, we gotta wrap this up.
I don't know, man. I could see.
And if we do go to Elbath, I think it's gonna be peaceful, and I think they're going to be like led there by the Giants, and they're gonna get the poneglyph, and then they're gonna leave. Like I don't think it's gonna
I've
be.
said
So you think it's a transitionary arc like Zoe?
Yeah.
Kind of? Okay.
That's what I was gonna say. Is I think it's only gonna be about 20 chapters, if that.
Yeah,
If
I
that,
could
man.
see it's reasonable doubt because like whenever it showed us that like we're on the shores of Elbath and we kind of got like just the whole Shanks one tapping kid situation, I was like, wait, is that all we're gonna get? And like I don't know, like it's sort of reasonable doubt, but at the same time, like there's absolutely no way we don't go to Elbath. And like I need to see Robin and Saul. Like I need to there's so much more that I need from that arc, like Usopp getting like mad swole.
100%.
But one like the biggest thing though is like Jaguar D Saul. Ever since I first started getting caught up into One Piece, like the moment that he had with Robin, where in the dub, where he had in his southern accent, he's just like, no one's born into this world to be alone. Like that is literally the moment.
She.
Yeah, like there was a moment where I was hooked and I was like, okay, I love One Piece. And then there was a moment where it was like, okay, this is top 10 for me. And then there was a moment where I was like, this is top 3 for me. That was the moment for me where I realized this is top 1. This is it. Like that moment. And Saul has always been cemented as one of my absolute favorite characters. My heart flew whenever like we saw that panel of Robin being like, Saul, like that was such a huge chapter for me. If we don't get that like an interaction between those two, I might cry. Shout out to shout out to Axe in the chat though. What's good? I see you showing some love.
What I hope about the Giants, and guys, I love the Giants, and I feel like they're such great characters when we meet Giants, but I would love to get an actual W with the Giants. And Dorian Brogy taking out Kid's ship is not a W. You know what I mean? Like they need to get because the way they talk about the Giants pre-time skip is like they're colossal. And we haven't seen that like right now. Like even Oars, in Marineford was cool, but it was over very fast. So I'm waiting. I can't wait to see like a giant with conquerors. You know what I mean? A real giant.
Man, I just don't want to go to Elbath and have Usopp not get a moment. Like thinking about like Frankie hasn't gotten his moment with Vegapunk really this arc.
Right. I feel like Usopp. I feel like that one is going to be more. I'm not going to say guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed. But I feel like because that's probably, which is the reason why I do think we're going to go to Elbath, and I think it actually might be longer than what I was initially anticipating, is that I feel like this might be Oda's final actual like adventure arc. Because even though Laugh Tale is the ultimate adventure, obviously, no one ever goes there. And but it feels like there's gonna be a lot of chaos and flashbacks and a lot of stuff happening. This feels like the final okay, we're going to this island and it's gonna follow the classic One Piece story structure for the last time before we get into like chaos from this point forward. It's the reason why I think Usopp does get that moment there, because in those arcs that are structured like your Alabastas or Water 7 in these lobbies or Sky Pios, whatever, the Straw Hats shine a lot in those arcs because there's not a lot of that outside, even though I expect a lot of the outside the world stuff for sure, kind of like what happened with Egghead, but I do expect that one to be more of an adventure. And because of that, and the history with Little Garden and stuff, I think Dory and Brogy bring them in, and obviously probably have that civil war with Loki and Thor or whatever is going to be cooked over there. But whatever ends up happening there, Robin, Usopp, Luffy especially, those three in my mind are going to have killer Elbaf. Like they're going to have incredible arcs, each and every single one of them. So
I think that like the fact that we saw the fact that we saw the red hair pirates were there, and like the last time we saw Yasop, I believe in canon panels, was like he was just like, I can't go meet Usopp right now. He was like he was intimidated by God Usopp. So did he hear the clout from all of the giants? Like I know we were memeing on it earlier. That could be real.
Think of Wano. Think of Wano. Izo referred Usopp as God Usopp.
Yeah,
former commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Like, I think his reputation is big, you know. But,
yes, dude, I need it.
I mean, he's a Yonko commander. Like his reputation is definitely up there.
Officially a Yonko commander. Yeah.
The one thing I want to say in Elbaf, and it's because people who obviously everyone has issues with Sir Village, but don't forget. What was the nickname they used to call? I like it as well, but I know a lot of people have some.
It's me. It's me. I hate Zero Village. Just add me, bro. Just add me.
I didn't want to call you out, but yeah, it's Vex.
Do it, bro.
Usopp was referred by two words by the civilians. He was a mischievous person and a liar. And what is Loki known as? The god of mischief.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the god of mischief. So I think there's. Yeah, so that's why I think that, and I believe the Doran Broggy being kicked out and then the Loki becoming the ruler because of their 100-year war. Like he has to have a like teasing them, maybe sending that girl at them. I have a big agenda that Loki usurp his power. It would make sense that Usopp, the guy, would see through it. Think about it. He's a master liar. What if what if Loki is a big liar and he sees it? How Usopp he says the same story as him, and Usopp, and it could be a story arc where Usopp will finally faces his lies, because he never faces his lies. He just lies it off.
Cube, if you remember correctly, I put Loki is weak on my sheet. That is why, because I think he took over the kingdom, and he's just like I hate to say it this way, but like he's just a complete pussy. Like Guys, I'm gonna say it. I need it.
Orochi.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it because King Recon is here. I've just been saying I wanted to do it in a script, but dude, like, come on. 100 years ago, Doran Broggy leaves Elbaf to go to Little Garden because a young girl teased them. And what we hear 100 years ago, Mother Caramel comes with humans at Elbaf to create Sheep's House, and all the humans were at Sheep's House. It's Mother Caramel who sent it. Like, there was something, and now Mother Caramel and both Big Mom make deals with Loki for weddings. Dude, they're intertwined. Like, genius. I'm sure Mother Caramel was sent by Loki to get them out.
Do you think that, like, I know a lot of the fan base is under the impression that Big Mom is not toast. She even said in her last like yelling, whenever she was dealt with, so, like, this isn't enough to take me out. Like, you think if she does come back, it's going to be Elbaf centric?
I would say so.
I'm weak. Please, can we not get 3 islands with Big Mom?
Let's go. No, he literally said, I'm gonna kick your ass up and down the Grand Line or the New World. That's like literally his exact words.
Valid.
That is true.
And once again, Oda loves threes, guys. He loves patterns of threes. It would make sense if Big Mom came back for a third time, because we still have not got a straight Luffy versus Big Mom fight.
Yeah.
She's and fodder, also, that's why.
Imagine,
bro. Oh my god!
Oh my god! We will fight right now.
Oh my goodness!
Sorry, Cube. Sorry.
No, we made it. You guys, we made it over an hour before anyone dropped an F-bomb. Let's go! Pat on the back, Straw Hat Lucas.
You guys, you see how Big Mom seems to be annoyed by Luffy. You know, like, oh, you're disrespectful. Like she's Now think about this, right? If she tries to reach Elbaf and she found out the Straw Hats were welcome as guests, imagine how furious she will become. Because don't forget, she spent her whole life trying to get a foothold to be accepted in Elbaf after she was kicked out.
Right.
It will drive her crazy.
Great point.
Yeah.
I think she's probably like, yo, so if they're giants, they must have giant food, and that's probably what's gonna really like her true ambition to get to Elbaf. She wants the gigantic, like it's like in the beginning of Dragon Ball Z when there's just like massive dinosaurs and like homeboys chomping off their legs and barbecuing them and eating like steaks like 5,000 times the size of it. Like that's her dream. That's her true dream. I'm calling it.
Toriyama's Dragon Ball. I love it.
If Big Mom comes back, I want her to be kind of a wild card. I want her to side with the Straw Hats.
Wild card,
like having that moment with like Nami and them, where like terrible TJ said she better not have lava amnesia, and like thinking of when she had the amnesia and she was like, she entered mom mode.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of like to see that.
You think like Big Mom will look at Chopper and immediately have like a face turn? It's like, all right, hold on, we're good. I'm on y'all's side now. I'm on y'all's side. I would actually just be down for two emperors teaming up like that. That would actually be really cool, honestly.
I mean, we've kind of seen it, yeah. Like, but like legitimately though, Olin was one of the most compelling things. I know a lot of people had beef with the amnesia side of like Elbaf Part 2 or of Wano Part 2. I thought Olin was such a compelling part of like Big Mom's story. I was like, yo, Olin for Straw Hat. Like I don't love her like the way that you do, Lucas, but
yeah, number one waifu.
Kaido coming back and having like a vision of like respect for Luffy, and like I want them to return in the final arc and side with Straw Hat.
Definitely.
But I mean, if you think about it, the speech of Whitebeard about that certain someone when he says, "Teacher, not the one that Rogers waited." Kaido knowing about about Joy Boy, yeah. Like if you think about it, yeah, I know that was very savage. But if you think about it, there's a big chance that a lot of the rocks knew about Joy Boy, and we had that 1 week skip over. So I'm wondering if like think of Kaido and Big Mom, if they put that person in such a pedestal, this could change certain stuff. Like we've seen with Crocodile, there was something about Crocodile, and I think he kind of clocked the Joy Boy thing when he came, because he does use the word, "Are you here to free me?" Which we know is that most people who are prisoners or slaves, they're freed by Sun God Nika. And then suddenly in Marineford, think about it, the one person in which Crocodile did not turn his back on or do not like try to betray him was Luffy. Didn't care about Whitebeard, didn't care about the rest. If you think about it,
I'm joking.
Dude, you know how I hate. You know how I hate that theory. Do not touch that theory. Yeah, I think Joy Boy could be that kind of thing that even the enemies of Luffy, if they realize he could be Joy Boy, they put him such in a pedestal that they might even forget the Luffy stuff.
Yeah. I will want to say something about Big Mom real quick before we get off the subject to her. Is the only reason I don't want her to get back, and y'all boys of TLA, Dylan, you guys know me. I love me some Big Mom. Like, not even meme aside of me wanting to do what I want to do with her.
Oh my god.
I respect her so. She's the only female Yonko, bro. She's the only female Yonko.
Mm-hmm.
The only named one that we know of, or that we have any hint of. Like, she is a force to be reckoned with. She's a failed Joy Boy. She wanted to unite countries just under the wrong way. Anyway. The only reason I would not want her to come back is because if Katakuri becomes the commander of the Big Mom Pirates with her and Perospero presumably out of the picture, they're going to side with the Straw Hat Grand Fleet in the final war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
that's crazy. He comes back and they do it anyway.
That'd be so good.
Yeah.
I'm down with it. Like, one of the big things I have happening post Egghead is the Katakuri rescue mission, because my whole thing, right? If we're already if we're already on the parallels, right? Katakuri saw Luffy and the squad of very, very small squad pull up for one person. I want Katakuri to have that same energy and pull up on Pudding with like a very small squad. Like, yo, we're getting our sister back, and coming off of like Whole Cake, remembering what Luffy did, just wanting to go back and get his sister. And then once that takes place, whether they succeed or not, this remains to be seen. But if they succeed, then they'll be able to come out of that in a brand new perspective. Now having Pudding, which of course is extremely important for Big Mom in the end game with the Three-Eyed Tribe stuff. But I'm so down. I'm a huge fan of Big Mom's entire family. I absolutely adore Whole Cake Island. I love from Katakuri to Pudding to Big Mom. I love that entire thing.
We hate Flampay, right?
Oh yeah. Did I say the whole family? I meant the whole family minus one. My bad. Right?
Yeah. No, you're
minus one. But no, yeah, for sure. Like I'm excited for the future with that because obviously Katakuri's. Well, we all love Katakuri, and I'm looking forward to seeing his eventual reunion with Luffy. And if what he said at the end of the arc is true, and Luffy is to return to defeat Big Mom in the future. And Katakuri was like, "Yo, you're looking pretty far ahead, buddy. I don't know. It looks like it's about that time for looking pretty far ahead. So whether Luffy Big Mom versus Big Mom happens, or Luffy and Big Mom happens, I'm just excited to see what happens there with the family because I'm looking forward to having them back in the story again. Yeah. Obviously, we saw a few of them in Wano, but my favorites weren't there. So I want my favorites to be there.
you saying all that, man, makes me think: what if Katakuri does go for Pudding? And Lola shows up to help. Lola has not. Like
let's go,
dude. Yes, like because she's got to get back with her family at some point. Like now that Big Mom is potentially out of the picture, or will be soon, from what we've all been talking about. Like she's got to show back up because she still loves her sibling. She just didn't want to marry somebody for no reason. She wanted to have
crazy.
That choice.
I love that.
I love that idea.
Of marrying for no reason. I want to see the return of Pudding. Mm-hmm. And I think there's something to be said about the fact that Sanji it wasn't comedy when he was like, "You're beautiful," like that. There's no joke. It's just raw riz from our boy, like I think that shit's real, and that's a ship. That's a ship that I support in One Piece. I'll say it.
She's 16, bro. He's 21.
Oh, hold up, wait.
No, first of all, I did want to also cook on Pudding for a little bit. Cube, I hear you needing to go, but real quick, I just wanted to say,
No. I wanted to add a point. No, don't worry. I'll talk after.
Yeah, so I just while we're talking about Pudding, I had to say it's interesting that everyone obviously sees her use as somebody who hasn't awoken her third eye and a Three-Eyed Tribe member and things like that. But what if Blackbeard specifically saw her use through, and this is a thing that Blackbeard has we've seen many times, is that it's not necessarily about like them as a person, but it may be the power that they hold. And so that's I could see the Three-Eyed Tribe thing being important. But another thing that we've seen the theming with Blackbeard is their devil fruits, and her devil fruit is extremely potentially potent if she were to be taken to like maybe the smartest man in the world and to take his memories for their own.
True.
So like beyond
Sanji.
Okay.
He's got white knight and shining armor or whatever. It's
But I just think it'd be interesting if Blackbeard's part of Blackbeard's plan, because it could be anything. We all have our own headcanons and like we all have like things that we're thinking, but like what if it's not tied to the Three-Eye thing at all and he doesn't even know about that, and he's just like, nah, I want you for your devil fruit, because that's very on brand for Blackbeard, right?
Absolutely. And I mean, if he is going for the most powerful fruits, like you said, that is an ability that I would love to have if I was collecting. The ability to go up to anyone, remove memories, and or look through your memories. How much a Yonko could do with that, especially someone of Blackbeard's ambition.
Yeah, dude, I need to see her I need to see her flexing like Rohan Kishibe, just like what I mean. Just it's like
it's a heaven's door. Here we go.
Pudding has such a crazy ability that like it's I don't feel like it's been properly utilized. Other than narratively, but like as far as like what it can do, like is insane. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Cube. I just had to, while we were talking about Pudding, I had that thought as well.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say what the Pudding thing is, and I'll bring this back, and I'll drop one of Vex's favorite arcs, for the Bark. Remember the one thing that Boris was confused about was that he couldn't remember anything. I'm just saying. Right now he has the Kage. He also has the Yami for. Until proven otherwise, we have to connect the Yami to the reason why he was able to take devil fruits, but we're not sure because it could be a different means. But and if he has Pudding fruit, and he seemed to be interested about something about Vegapunk passive stuff, Seraphims, we don't know. It could be a thing that he's trying to do what Moria did, but even better. and maybe pudding fruits enables him to bring back the exact person he wants. Rocks, or even someone from like imagine the original Vythor,
Right.
or he wants to bring back Roger, and maybe pudding's fruit makes sure that he doesn't have the same flaws that he had with Oris, because Oris, remember, he was so confused and he couldn't remember where he was. So I could see his master plan.
It's crazy. I just had the most wild tinfoil thought of all time. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say before you drop that, I just have to give you props because I'm also a big Thriller Bark appreciator. So go ahead.
Yeah,
I just wanted
buddy.
to say that.
Thriller Bark is top 3 in all of One Piece, like in my opinion.
Hey, it's a fantastic arc, man.
But you mentioning that like memories could like be potentially be used to bring back like that just made me think like like here Luke said like a man's not truly forgotten and or not dead until they're forgotten, and like what if like what Emu is actually like a memory like shade, and it's not something that's actually like fully realized, kind of like like Endgame like Naruto stuff. I don't want to get too specific because Lucas is it all the way through Naruto, but and Emu is trying to get to like the whole Rene rebirth style dude, like and this is like a way of like I don't know, it's crazy, but like my whole thought behind Saturn is that it doesn't necessarily mean that what we're seeing right now is his full body, and that could speak towards the regeneration. It could be that like it's a projection of his will onto the like air or the atmosphere or like just like the surroundings, and like that. Then that's what explains the summoning circle like partially, and like the real him still on the ship or something. And like I like
that.
Like what if Emu's like that but on crack?
If Emu's a shade that's like a memory being kept around by the things that remember Emu, would that mean that the only way to get rid of Emu would be to kill the Gorosei? Because it'd be like the only ones who know,
like phylacteries or like Horcruxes, but like the whole world at the like then that would mean that Luffy would also have to say goodbye to his brother Sabo at this point, which would be
oh shit.
Yeah.
What do you think, Cube?
I was gonna bring up for those, because I love what you just said, Vex, because I don't understand why they gave an order to say to no one that Saturn is on the ship, but then the moment he arrives on Egghead, they broadcast it to everyone. So I do believe that it's his body's in the ship. That would explain why they don't want to know, because maybe if you harm the ship, you can stop Saturn from being there. That's what happened to Perona with her astral projection. She had her body to be undisturbed.
Right. That's insane. I love I really love the idea of not only Saturn projecting himself, but the Gorosei all being like the 5 pieces of Exodia for Emu. I think that's like Luffy has to be Weevil and trash them all.
Oh my goodness.
I love that idea, man. I think that's really, really cool, honestly.
And I'm sorry to everyone. I just have to like.
Oh, I muted the soundboard, so I don't know if you're playing a soundboard. I don't think anyone on stream can hear it.
I thought he was about to say some unhinged Big Mom stuff, and I was kind of all for it.
No.
But no, I mean, so we've talked a lot about predictions for like 1107 in the future and Elbaf and things like that. We talked a lot about the chapter, but Coach, if you'd be down just to like kind of talk about just some of your absolute like favorites, like because we were talking about how Thriller Bark, like for me, Thriller Bark is top 3. I put it right up there with Marineford and Dressrosa, and sometimes Saba Odi peaks like above some of it's like it's always in flux, depends on my mood, but like those are like my top arcs. Like what would you put as your absolute like peak of peak fiction?
See, for me it's tough, right? Because man,
it's a hard question. It's a very hard question.
It is.
Yeah.
And after Egghead, I'm gonna do my favorite arcs. I've already let everybody know, like I'm doing it. It's gonna kill me, and we might be here all day, but I'm gonna do it. But right now, the way that I'm feeling is, so I have 2 answers. I have one from a personal standpoint and the other one for the weekly experience, because the thing that I love One Piece for, that separates it from every other piece of media, is the weekly experience. Like I can go into novels or video games or whatever the case may be and get a fantastic story. What I can't get is this weekly community experience like what we're having here right now. And because of that, Wano will always be extremely high for me. I've been caught up for so many years, and experiencing all of those incredible moments throughout the entirety of the time skip up until this point. There was absolutely nothing like experiencing Wano weekly. Through its best times, through its worst times, it was just the best time to be a fan. Besides now is out of this world, and Egghead and Final Saga undoubtedly is going to end up being top one when it's all said and done. But the Wano experience, the Drums Liberation stretch, the Odin flashback with the Roger laughed roof piece, there was just so many I'm thankful to be in this community moments that I can't help but not have that high up there. It was from being back in like 2012 on just being somebody who watches content, and just remembering how insane it was for Punk Hazard and Fishman Island. We're all like, oh my god, can't wait for Wano, to creating the channel when Dressrosa was going around, and we're all like, guys, this is insane, but just imagine when Wano gets here. And then for us to get to Wano, and the experience surpassed everything that I could have ever imagined, not just within what I wanted from the story, but the community experience as well. I always bring up the Drums Liberation stretch from chapter 1042 to 1045, from the moment that that the special guest referee comes in CP0 and interrupts the battle between Luffy and Kaido up until the legendary Luffy Tunes chapter 1045. That entire stretch is the greatest stretch of chapters that I've ever experienced weekly, man. It was so much fun to see all of that play out, and that's why I always have Wano extremely high. Like I said, when it's all said and done, Final Saga is going to have moments like that on the regular, as we see from this arc. Because it's not over, I can't put it there yet. But whenever it's over, it's probably going to take that spot, just because of the amount of incredible moments Egghead has had. Now, on a personal standpoint, I can't ever take Skypiea down from how much I love it. It's the reason why I started down the career path that I'm at. It's the reason why it has so many things that are personal to me, and the People's Dreams Never End, the entire thing being based around not just chasing your dreams, going against the naysayers, like in the Bellamy stuff, or even when it comes to the spiritual and religious stuff, as somebody who grew up with that type of background as well, with what Oda explores with NL, gods, and even what he goes through in the Nolan Kalgara flashback. It just has so much that I love and appreciate, not just One Piece for, but stories for. It takes my favorite things about what Oda does with Drum Island, Dressrosa, whenever he does the Odifying fairy tale effect, where he takes these classic fairy tales, turns them into his own. He took Jack and the Beanstalk and all these different things and created this massive world in the Skypiea saga that I'll always love and appreciate. So it's an arc that's very personal to me. It's that Final Fantasy X thing, that Final Fantasy VII thing, where it's like I can't unsee it once we go through it. So it's I will always adore Skypiea from a personal standpoint, and like I said, for what it's done for me and my journey as and in my career and my life and all those things. But Wano is probably my one, because like I said, I can get Skypiea by my Final Fantasy VIIs or whatever, like my other favorite pieces of media. I can't get Wano in any other media. Like I can't get the Drums of Liberation stretch in another piece of media. And it's not that they can't create that. It's just that the weekly experience, what we have here, our YouTube community, our whatever, wherever it is that you consume your One Piece stuff, that when we experience Divine Departure or Drums of Liberation, or when Sabo returned in Dressrosa, or when Law cut the mountain in Punk Hazard, the weekly experience of One Piece is why it's top one. And Wano had that every single week, man. Like, it was so peak. So that's why those two are probably my favorites for sure.
Good answer. Yeah, I was
That was insane. Yeah.
I wish I caught up quicker then, because like my first actual current manga chapter that I ever read was 1044. I was like anime only for a really long time, and I'm visually impaired, so it's hard for me to like read manga. And I was like, after like waiting for like about almost like a year, I think it was definitely over 6 months, I was just like, whatever, I'm hype. I like this person I got into One Piece is now further than I am, and I'm like, I'm not gonna stand for that, so I need to catch up, and I'm gonna read, and I read 1043, and I was just like, yo, this is so hype, and like literally as soon as I got done reading it, like 8 hours later, TCB dropped 1044, and I was just like, what? And so that was like my first taste of like the weekly experience, was like right there. So that's crazy.
See, mine was literally 5 chapters after that, 1049. Wow. I read 1049, and then like 4 or 5 days later, 1050 dropped.
Wow.
So I'm still relatively new, but it's great to hear takes from somebody who's been in it like a lot longer than I have, you know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's super, super cool. The fact that that you guys caught up at the perfect time. Both of you guys caught up at the perfect time, right before the final saga, man.
It felt like peak. It absolutely felt like peak. When I was like the whole week I was waiting for 1045, and like everyone was like, it's resin, it's this, like all the theories. It was crazy. So it was like my first ever experience of the weekly One Piece reader experience was apparently absolute peak, and it sure felt like it. So it's great to have that answer from you.
Before like we in the community always called it like when Luffy first said for Gear 4 back in chapter 783, that was like the ultimate weekly experience for us for a really long time. But that when Zunisha said Joy Boy has returned, that was like the Gear 4 thing, but on steroids. Like it was like the entire community was losing our minds, because obviously we had some sort of idea. Okay, he's probably gonna have Gear 4. Even Sabo coming back, we're like, okay, that might happen based on the context clues up until this point. No one saw Joy Boy has returned coming. Like not a single human being. So it was that will always be a special one.
Did you see? Because I started making One Piece content in November of last year. That's when I got into the community real hard and everything. It's like right when Egghead started. Did you see Bonnie being Kuma's daughter coming at all? Because it was the one thing I didn't hear anybody cooking on or anything. When I saw it, I was like, I have no idea why she's here. Like,
Lucas, that was 2 Novembers ago now. We're in another year.
Oh my God, you're right. You're right. Holy shit.
Like, I don't want him to think you've only been making... Yeah, you haven't been making content for like 3 months. You've been making it for like over a year. But yeah, like the way you worded it, I was like, I had to clarify. I'm like, that was 2 Novembers ago, brother.
Time flies, brother. Time flies.
Yeah, I started 3 months ago. Now I'm the captain of the last arc. It was wild.
Hey, you're Luffy, bro. Luffy started like 6 months before he started going ham.
Just wait till you see post time skip Lucas. It's gonna go hard, bro.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Goodness.
Actually, I'm gonna bring back on the Wano stuff and say that for me,
hold on. I still want an answer if anyone remembers anyone calling out that, because that blew my mind. Like
for Bonnie, I do think someone called it. I know at the very least when the Egghead chapter started dropping, for sure there, or not Egghead. I'm sorry, Reverie. When chapter 908 dropped, there was a lot of that going on. But obviously, the big talking point was still the Shanks thing from the week before, and the Emu thing, which was the biggest reveal of the entire Reverie. So there was a lot of that, but the Bonnie stuff still talked about quite heavily. So that's when I really started hearing that for the first time. But I know people had been not necessarily calling it, but it was an idea from that point, from what I remember.
Wow. Yeah, because when I watched the Reverie, all I thought was, is Shanks a rat?
Oh my God.
dude, it's crazy, because that's another example, right? Like 906 having the giant straw hat, like to the fact that we still don't know what that is.
Yeah, I was about to say like, that also.
That's still one of the biggest mysteries.
I'm still
I rewatched that scene recently.
Before Kube wanted to cook on one, there was a question. Now that we're talking about things that like that have never been answered or anything like that. What do you think? I've been asking all of our guests lately. What do you think the thing that picked up Beige, like right before the time skip was, or right before the time skip was?
Yeah,
it was after the time skip.
It was before. It was before. Okay. It was. I think it was chapter 595. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere on there. But I know. Oh man, that is truly like one of the biggest mysteries in the series. I don't even know if it'll ever be at this point. Like it's so crazy.
That's how I feel.
It's in legend at this point. I'm not saying that Oda forgot, but he probably forgot, right? Like it was one of those. And if he didn't forget, I'm sure one of these days he'll probably like be watching the anime or something and be like, oh yeah, that thing. Hold on, let me put that into the final saga. Or maybe that was urine, right? Like we don't know. It could be an ancient weapon situation or whatever it was. We know that post Marineford had a lot of like final end of series stuff that Luffy's dream first really got put into place there. Bonnie, several implications with her were already started being placed there. The Blackbeard movement, Kid was starting to move that time. A lot of the major players were moving. So if Oda was thinking about the end of the series and decided to have the Capone scene, we'll probably see it again. Yeah. I just don't know what it is because it is just so weird.
I've been cooking on like I obviously.
Well, like and subscribe.
Hello.
No.
Dude got Lelucia.
Sorry, my mic
You were
died.
cooking, bro. You were cooking, dude.
My
I had
mic.
to take you out.
So like I know a lot of people think it's like the Uranus, or maybe it was even the Mother Flame, like they were testing it and it just kind of sucked beige up for a moment. I'm starting to think it might be Inaru or Enel. Like,
oh, inject it, please.
Yeah, because obviously he's gonna return. I think that is one of the most like widely accepted thoughts in the entire fandom is that Enel's gonna show back up.
Yo, if Enel returns before Geen, I'm gonna riot. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, is it Geen? Are you saying it's Geen? No,
Yo, if Gin has something like that insane under his belt, yeah, we're looking at a future top tier, man.
That's the man marked by Flame.
Future.
100%.
He's current.
Okay, no.
Current top tier. No, I'm memeing. I'm sorry.
But no, yeah, like because a lot of people expect him to show up in Elbaf, and I do as well. But I started thinking the other day, like, what if he's already been back? We just haven't seen him yet. Like people expect of Shiki. Like we know that Shiki's probably going to show back up. I mean, there was even the cover page with Crocus, and he's sharing a sake cup.
We don't know if it's Shiki or not. We still don't know if it's Shiki or not. It's just
I know, but I'm just saying.
Dude, it has to be.
Dude,
it has to be.
It has to be. Yeah, I was gonna say, did you see that coat? Did you see that hair? It's either him or Brooks Captain. That's my call.
Oh, okay. Like that.
But nonetheless, what I'm saying is like, Enel might already be out there again, and he might have just now got to Elbaf. Because we all assume that a Thor-like character is going to be an Elbaf. What if it's just Enel, and maybe he's not a villain this time because he may have learned some more truths from the endless fairyverse.
Right. I'm so down for being. Excuse me. I'm so down for being Enel, and especially if he's an X Factor, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Obviously, like you said, there aren't many individuals that actually accomplished their mission in the series. He accomplished his dream. Like that's another reason why I love that arc so much. Like actually, he was defeated and still accomplished his dream of going to where he wanted to go. And I'm curious on how Oda would handle someone who's achieved their dream and still continues on. Like, what does that look like for Enel? What would he do? What would be his new ambition, his new goal? Now that
I feel like he could be like a Rayleigh type, because Rayleigh because Rayleigh is like you see a lot of like he gave us like the two alternate futures for a lot of the Straw Hats. Like this is like the darkest timeline, and this is if their dreams come true. And like Rayleigh's obviously like the Giga Chad top in the verse, and you know like he's just him. It's plain and simple. And like he is somebody who has like. He's just fulfilled his dream, so like it would be interesting to see that. But yeah, like that was one of the most weird experiences for me, like watching the Arc Maxim just like fly off into the moon, and then my brother just goes, he actually got to the moon, like because my brother was like watching through with me, and he had already seen all the way up to like Wano, and I was like getting through and like binging like 12 episodes, like you know an hour, like as fast as I could, you know, like I don't know, like ridiculous paces. And when seeing that, I was just like, wow, well, that guy's going to crash and burn. And my brother goes, no, he actually made it to the moon. It's confirmed. I was like, what? It broke me. But Kube, you've been sitting on that Wano spice for a minute. Let's let him cook, y'all.
Dude, I was going to say, even though I love what you guys said about 1044, where the chapter where, and I've been reading One Piece since 2002. This is one of the few times where I said, "Oh my god!" It's the Joy Boy lore when they dropped being a member of his being a Nakama of Joy Boy.
Oh,
Because they introduced Zunisha, and then they hyped up this Joy Boy thing with Odin's flashbacks. Oh shit! When is that thing? And then they say, "Oh, Zunisha is a Nakama." I says, "What? That person's still alive?" Yeah. For me, it was that chapter that basically changed everything.
that is awesome, Cube. Actually, now that you say that you've been reading since 02, so when I first joined the community, Cube, one of the things I remembered people saying when I initially entered was that Water 7, not Annie's Lobby, Water 7 was like their favorite weekly experience. Do you have any memories on Water 7 as an arc? The reason why I bring this up is because so many people from that era still think of it fondly because it truly was unpredictable. They didn't know if Usopp was really leaving. They didn't know if Robin was really leaving. They didn't know who was joining. Frankie, Kaku, Paulie. Like there was so many different things. Like how was that weekly experience like for Water 7?
Yeah, Paulie for Straw Hat.
Actually, it's very funny because Water 7 was beloved. So yeah, like it was nicely done, and then it got the whole twist, the whole Robin thing. So since everyone's been waiting something happening since Alabasta, but what was very funny, and I was one of them, the bad experience was Ennis Lobby, because if you think about it,
that's what people always say. Yeah,
because the pacing, and also you would have incomplete. It was the first time where you would get interruptions showing other people's fights. A bit like we had in Wano during the raid, except at that time is like It was very hard. Like I just stopped reading the volumes at the time, and I was reading online, and it wasn't easy. Let's just say it wasn't easy.
That's why I brought it up, because I remembered, because when I first caught up Water 7 in his lobby, and it still has an extremely special place in my heart. Like I should have brought that up with Skypia earlier, because it's the Skypia to end of Annie's lobby stretch that made me a fan forever, and forever changed the direction of my entire life. But the Annie's lobby thing was so interesting, because when I first caught up, a lot of people had Annie's lobby at the bottom half of their list, and I couldn't believe it, because Annie's lobby was like my favorite. I was like, yo, this has my favorite moments. It has all these things, but I always bring that up as an example of the same things I heard people say about Annie's lobby is the same exact thing I heard them say about Dressrosa, and the same thing I heard them say about Whole Cake, and the same thing I heard them say about Wano. It's like it's always a never-ending cycle when it comes to One Piece, but it's so interesting to me that it started with Annie's lobby, which for so many people is like bare minimum top 5.
It was my number one. It was my anime until Egghead came out.
Right.
Like, if
it's such a special arc.
Yeah.
It's the anime. The anime changed everything. Like I could say one arc pre-time skip that both the anime and the manga, I remember at the time, we all loved it. I remember I was in a forum, Arlong Park at the time, or another one, and we're just talking about it. It's Impel Down. Impel Down, because it was basically the band was back together. Think about it. At one moment, I remember that chapter, and I remember I was on the forum, and I remember this discussion. It was when you had in one room Blackbeard, Crocodile, Buggy, Ivankov, and Luffy. And you're like, oh my god, all those different characters that most of them have met Luffy in the past as enemies or as, something else, like in Jai with Blackbeard. It was so amazing. And then you see the Blackbeard and Luffy stint, and you're like, oof. And then nothing else happened. Yeah. Impel Down was the best experience, at least.
From my binging
Shout
experience.
Out to Arlong Park, man. I used to love going on there before I found the YouTube community.
Way back in the day. I heard a lot about it, but from my binging experience, like I loved Annie's lobby so much, just because seeing like Sanji go and do more like Mr. Prince type shit on the sea train was so goated. And then like the T-Bone bit that we got, like before he got one tapped by Zoro, T-Bone's a goat, like absolutely rest in peace. And then like I loved, like I'm not even gonna lie, I loved Wanzi. I know Lucas hates Wanzi, but no, it's my guy, bro. Ramen Kempo, his life return changed my mind.
You know who I hate? That guy with the zipper mouth.
Bro, I love Fukuro. Fukuro's him. Like,
my boy,
bro. He still has one of like my not one of my favorite fights, but you know what? Screw it, is one of that fight goes crazy, man. That fight goes so hard between him and Frankie, man. It's so good.
Oh yeah, Frankie Centaur getting busted out was crazy, and then like. I also have mad love for Thriller Bark from Soge King was such a goat. Bring him back. But
Yeah.
the Impel Down binge experience was also crazy because we had all those like crazy, really powerful figures from previous arcs and things like that. But everybody was still getting dog walked by Magellan, who is just this like insanely menacing threat.
Yeah.
If I could speak on Indy's Lobby real quick though, so I had already like in my binging experience, I had already fallen in love with her. I was there by like Little Garden, man. That was the like when I saw the way they had just a plain ass like amazing adventure on Little Garden. I was like, okay, yeah, this show is it. But Indy's Lobby, that changed my life.
Same.
That's like
100%.
100%. Yeah, like it. When Robin screamed, "I want to live," I was like, "Me too, girl."
Yes.
Literally. Yes, literally. Thank you. Oh, good experience, my man. Yeah, like it changed my life, like my entire way of thinking and everything. And it was around then that I started thinking about like getting into the community and stuff, because I didn't want to watch any YouTube videos until I got caught up or anything like that. But that's how I got like into the communities. Once I got caught up, I was like, yes, I can finally watch YouTube on One Piece, because I like dipped my toes into like worst gen and stuff like that, but like there was way too many spoilers, so I didn't want to but anyway, Impel Down. When I first saw Buggy and Luffy team up, I just knew I was in for greatness. That's when I fell in love with Buggy. That's when I fell in love with Buggy entirely. I was like,
I still think that's for me the funniest arc. I've never laughed harder than while reading Impel Down. The big three of Buggy, Mr. 3, and Luffy is almost unmatched, man. They have so many hilarious moments. Like
it's not
peak,
their chemistry is phenomenal.
It's not just Buggy though. It's peak Buggy. Like him in the Impel Down drip was like goated. Like when I saw him as the Star Clown post time skip, I was like, why'd you change, dude? The ponytail was it. Like
no, 100%.
Out of curiosity on like catching up, when Vex and Lucas, like the three of us, we binged. What chapter did you guys catch up on?
1044.
1049.
Lucas said 1049. What did you say, Vex?
1044.
And I was 1053. That is so close that we were so close together.
Yo, 1053.
That's a chapter, dude.
That's a chapter. You had to go on hiatus for a month after catching up. Man.
That's wild.
So did I, man.
Bad. I caught up like a week before my girlfriend's birthday, which is the 22nd of July, and the 1054 dropped on the 24th.
Oh, yes.
So like I was lucky.
I love that chapter.
But also, dude.
Yeah, dude. I got 3 chapters and then like month-long hiatus.
I have actually another weekly experience story to talk about with 1053. I remember one of the first streams I was ever a part of, like way back. I'm talking like 2012, whatever it was back then. I remember one of the first theories I ever heard in this community was Buggy's gonna be an emperor in the future, and I continued to bring that up when I was going through this when I saw that Buggy was an emperor, because I was like, oh my god, bro, I just saw like one of the oldest community theories come true. Like Buggy really did become a Yonko. This is actually nuts. Like it was one of those surreal experiences, man. It's
wild. I mean, we all kind of knew it would happen in our hearts, right? Like I remember hearing about like people who have been in the community a lot longer than I do, like the special grade sorcerer of the last arc, SSJ8 Cody, best friend to DQ, and we like a brother to all of us. We love Cody. But he would always talk about, and I've heard a lot of other people talk about it as well, is like back when like in Saba Odi with Kizaru versus Rayleigh, people were like how could he kick him? He's a Logia, and they were thinking that he had like sea stone slides, which is so crazy. Dude.
I remember talking to Randy when he told me that. I was crying. I was like, yo, that's crazy. Sea stone sandals that actually is a good explanation though, honestly. Like,
like that's what I love about One Piece is like Oda can leave stuff so open-ended that we're all just cooking on it, like in these crazy tinfoil, like it's like Charlie Day with like all the like pegboards and like the strings like connecting like all of the notes and stuff. It's so crazy.
You know, honestly, if there's a theory that I would love to happen, and there's a theory that popped in Arlong Park, now it's the theory that a lot of people have talked about. Back then I remember how people mocked it. And it was the 1C theory that came out after Water 7, where someone was saying that basically if you break the red line in Reverse Mountain, it will become the one C and even the all blue and connected. And now people talk in their theories as talking points. And I remember back then, I was into theories, so I just read it. I remember in the comments, people were like mocking the person.
Yeah.
And now people talk about. I want to.
It's like integral to so many theories now. It's like ingrained into everyone's headcanon. Yeah.
It is ingrained.
He was mocked in Alden Clark. I remember that thread. He was mocked by not one person who found it be serious.
Cube, Cube, do you remember how many of us wanted Monet to join when Punk Hazard was going?
I love Monet.
What?
No, Monet is one of my favorite characters. Like post time skip, like coming up above the water and into the new world proper, and us getting like the amount of backstory and compassion and like she was so well written. It's insane. And you look at like look at her Vythor card and things like that. Like Oda did such a good job of fleshing out a lot of details about her personality quirks and things like that. I was absolutely like heartbroken when I saw the scene, and it like made me actually feel for Doflamingo as a character as well. Not really knowing the full extent of how terrible of a person he is, but it made it like he's still my favorite villain in all of One Piece, mostly in part because of that moment where he was so remorseful of telling her, you know what you have to do.
Right.
Dude, I love Monet. I literally like one of my favorite characters. I love Monet so much.
Yeah.
God, so many like Cube said, there's just so many. It's insane to me how many theories have happened over the years that are now like they're almost treated as common knowledge of like it like or as a basis for other theories like that red line reverse mountain theory. It's so
like
cool.
Croco Mom.
It's so cool to see that.
Like, no,
Croco Mom is right.
Cube cannot stand Croco Mom.
Oh my goodness. So I did want to mention though. If we like so we were talking about favorite arcs and like favorite like week to week and binge experiences and theories and things like that. If you had to, and like let's say non-Straw Hat, because it's not even fair, right? If who would you say are like your top threes, like like right now in the verse, like as far as characters?
Non-Straw Hats. Oof.
It's not fair, you know what I mean? So I would say non-Straw Hats.
That's tough.
Like for me, I'll go ahead and spit mine really quickly, and one of them I think you might resonate with pretty well because like the whole community seems to recently. But number 3 right now is a new addition. He's climbed through the rankings ridiculously fast with this most recent flashback. It's Kuma.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And then for number 2, it's no, oh my god. For number 2, it's my boy Law. I love Law. I always have since the first time we saw him, and I want him back in the main story. He's not a straw hat. And then my number 1 in the entire verse, my favorite character is absolutely Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King himself.
Hey, my guy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, the goat.
Nah, dude. Number 3, Senor Pink. Number 2, Big Mom. Number 1, Charlotte Linlin.
Okay, wow, crazy.
I love it.
Ooh. So
yeah, this is tough.
All this in mind will be very easy.
That's why I gave a meme answer. Sorry, Cube, go ahead.
Yeah, you know me. I'm a big fanboy for the Revolution Army. So number 3, Ivankov, the character that has lived a life at God Valley and Marineford, just to say, and a founder of the Revolution Army. Number 2, obviously, is the leader of the Revolution Army, Dragon, and number 1 is my boy. The one that chose the life of a revolutionary other than being a noble kid. And that is Sabo, the Flame Emperor, number 1.
He's that man. Mama, there goes that man.
That's crazy.
Chose the right life. Yeah, Sabo, number 1 forever.
3 is ever changing, but I think I really like Buggy. 2 is Law. I agree with Vex.
Yeah.
And 1 is my boy Ace.
Oh, rip.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Nah, man. So if I'm gonna be legit about it, number 3 is Gang Beige. That boy is amazing.
The best father.
Great father. Yes, like he's the best father in One Piece. The best.
Okay, Kuma's giving him a run for his money.
Kuma. Number 2 is Kuma.
Kuma and Kiros are great fathers.
Yeah, Kiros is up there too, but Beige is him though. Like, yeah, but no, I agree.
2 is Kuma right now. Like, obviously, recency bias, I don't care. 2 is Kuma. Couldn't put him above the GOAT, though, Bon Clay.
I thought you were gonna say Frankie.
Yes,
I literally thought you were gonna say
Frankie's
Frankie.
a Straw Hat.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He's my number 2 Straw Hat, even though, because Robin's my number 1.
Nice.
So, thinking about it here, I knew 2 of them. The last one is really, really tough. So, I might have to go in reverse order. One, listen, man. From like the moment that I started the series until now, there's one character that, like, no matter how many series I've watched, I compare every single, like, whether it's like the go to the verse or it doesn't have to be the strongest dude, but like the individual, just him in that series. I compare everybody to Shanks. So Shanks, without question, is in my top 3 for sure.
Based.
That's my guy. Kuma for sure. Even before this flashback, but now especially he's there. And then the third one is so hard. Like, I want to go. There's a few in my mind. Like, I really love Buggy, really love Yamato, I really love Law, I really love Pudding, Katakuri. God, man. If I could go with a villain for this last spot, I might go Blackbeard. I'm a massive Blackbeard fan.
Excellent choice.
I really love Blackbeard because he represents so much of what I love about this series, right? He's not only is he an actual pirate, but he's someone who's also like, anytime Luffy says anything, he believes in Luffy. He's like, yo, you made it up to the sky. Awesome. I hope you did your thing up there. Or the One Piece is real. Of course it is. Like, he's such an incredible character, but he's such a great opportunist, such a great villain. One of my favorites for sure. So hey, I'll probably put Blackbeard.
Yeah, I was so scared. Go ahead.
I have to strike this from the record. Number 3 is not Gangbang. That's number 4. Kinemon is.
Kinemon.
Great choice. I forgot about Momonosuke. That's my guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude, no one mentions Kinemon. Him leaving the Straw Hats, like, I know people were like sad Law left and like wasn't going to be part of it. Kinemon hit me harder. He was with him from basically the beginning of Punk Hazard.
Bro.
And I know Law joined up at the end of Punk Hazard, but no.
Yeah.
Kinemon was there, man.
No, Lucas, I feel that because when 1057 dropped, it really hurt because my entire journey here on YouTube, I've been with Kinemon and Momonosuke.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like Punk Hazard was in the anime. They were Straw Hats. Like, I was like, yo, I couldn't imagine a One Piece without Kinemon, Momonosuke, and Law. Like, those were constants. And when they all left in the same chapter, I was so hurt.
Oh.
I was like, no.
Yeah.
No way.
It was rough.
I think
So, you know what?
Kinemon is the biggest turnaround I felt for a character.
Oh,
I
no.
despised him when he first showed up. But by the end of it, like, homie made me cry twice.
Yeah, twice.
He's
dude.
so good.
Twice.
He's such a great character.
You know what? He's not my favorite character, but he's my favorite traitor because he's also the one who basically got rid of my most hated character, and I want to give it up to Kanjuro, the one traitor who was willing to die for his role. Don't forget, he was willing to die in the boiling. He was willing to die as a traitor, playing the role.
That was one of my
Give it up.
first theories I've ever got right, is when I was reading One Piece by myself. I was like, this guy's a traitor. The minute I saw him, he had the paintbrush in his left hand and was eating lettuce with the right. I was like, that guy's a traitor.
This guy, like, it was just crazy because you got so much compelling stories. Like, Odin fought Ashura Doji for like 3 days straight, and Kinemon with the blonde hair and like his whole story and stuff like that. And you got like all these cool stories from all these individuals, and then you just get like this dude who's just like, hi, I exist now, can I follow you? And I was just like, what a trash backstory. Something's up here. And like, yeah, I was like, this guy's not him. Like, I absolutely get it.
Oh no, dude, the minute I saw him, I called that shit. I was like, that guy is gonna get betrayed.
If you think about it, you know how Oda did not even make like a. Literally, they asked the question how Jack knew and Zoe, and the only character who joined the team was Kanjuro. Literally, like the moment they started knowing how to find people, like how they found, and Kinemon and the guys were the only one who knew that. So the Kanjuro was I didn't catch that. However, I will be honest. I was not also concentrating on Kanjuro. Like he was there without being there. He was written in a way that was very good,
Yeah. Oda just set that up really well too. I remember when Zoe started, there were so many theories in regards to the, but there was just so many options. He had too many red herrings out there. Like we had no idea.
Like right now,
who could possibly be. Right,
Yeah.
like right now.
Dude, okay,
there's just
I
so
gotta
much
ask,
going on.
as someone who binged it, how was that reveal in the fandom? Because that twist hit me
Rizo
hard.
is safe.
Raizu is safe, yeah.
Bro,
How was that?
That's one of my like top 10 favorite Oda twists ever.
Yeah.
Like, or maybe even Oda moments. Dude, when that chapter dropped, it shook the community. Like, no one called that, dude. It was one of those. I remember I was crying. Multiple of us were crying. Like, not only was it an emotional moment, it was an Oda moment. Like, oh, we thought of all these possibilities, but not that one. Yeah. But it was right in front of our face. That Raizo is safe is special. It's special for so many reasons, but I think the most impressive one is, like we were talking about, the fact that no one called it. Like we were so shook, but man, I was emotional. I'm not gonna lie. Like that one legit put me to tears, dude. It was such a beautiful moment.
Dude, I cried like on my first watch through and read through.
Yeah.
I cried like
Yeah. That scene hit hard.
Yeah, it does, man.
Yeah, I was like, after watching that, I was like I paused it and like I was binging with my brother and he was like, you know, sherpaing me through everything, and I paused it and I was just like, I need to rest. This is too peak. Like I need to rewatch this whole episode and reevaluate my whole life. I need to go to bed right now. And it was like 8 p.m. and he's like, you for real? Like, yeah, that moment hit.
I'll say this. Raizo is safe for me is higher than Nothing Happened in Thriller Bark.
Oh yes,
It surpassed it for me. It surpassed it for me. Yeah, it surpassed it for me because
it's a special moment.
Because Zoro, you would expect that, but then when you saw, and the anime was even better. Snippets of all that they went through.
Yeah, dude, it's an entire country that just stand on business. Like that's so crazy.
Exactly. Like, yeah. Loyalty to the core. That's true loyalty, you know.
Yeah, that was insane.
I have to ask for you guys who binged it. What are your thoughts on? Because I love this arc as somebody who went through it weekly, even though it was the worst weekly experience. I look back on it fondly, and I love it so much. And when I mean worst, it had its phenomenal moments. It's just Oda got sick in the middle, so it made it feel much longer.
Top three. What
were your guys' thoughts on? Because I love Dressrosa, and I experienced it weekly. So how did you guys feel about it binging?
Dude, it is so it's literally one of my. I put it above Thriller Bark, which is a very, 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 very small select 2 things that I regularly put above Thriller Bark. It is it's if not for like Marineford / like Saba Odi, like I know those 2 aren't like, you know, contiguous, like there's like a gap, but like those 2 are like always in contention for like the first like slot. But like I don't know, it's so crazy. Dressrosa had so many goated moments, like obviously like, you know, Sabo's return and like bro, like Fujitora just dropping meteors and like all of the Rebecca moments. I know we got a lot of them. I know, Lucas, it's fine, like, but like of the returning flashback, but like beside from that, being able to binge it, I didn't really feel any like suffrage from that. But like specifically, like dude, it was insane because like I said, Doflamingo is my favorite villain in the entire story, and I love Blackbeard. I love like so many other villainous characters in this story, but Doflamingo is just him. And like Birdcage was insane. Like seeing like Usopp's like rise to godhood was legendary. Seeing Law versus Doflamingo versus Fujitora on the shores of Greenbit was insane. Yeah. Seeing Robin get to like, you know, stop holding back a little bit and flex a little bit more from like, we saw her like, I could fly for 5 seconds in Fishman Island, and now she's cloning herself and shit like that. Getting to know Leo and Manchiri, like so many, the Senior Pink versus Frankie, like Kiros in general. Pink. Kiros in general, just everything Kiros has ever said, man. Dude. It's just hit after hit after hit.
And let's not forget that in the middle of a civil war, the Flamingo had the time to pop up a PowerPoint with the most hated people in town. This for me by itself is one of the greatest scene in the manga.
The efficiency.
It had me dead.
As someone as someone who binged, this is what I'm going to say about Dressrosa, bro. The storyline in it, amazing. The whole chemistry between the Don Quixote brothers is something I don't see a lot of people talk about, but it's one of my favorite aspects. Like the way that Corazon and Doflamingo interacted, how they both took what happened to them as children, like, and the different ways it affected them. Like, it's such a deep thread. And like Vex said, Frankie's my number 2 Straw Hat. So seeing that fight with Senior Pink and him calling Luffy and being like, I have to do this, and Luffy just be like, kick his ass. Like,
I love that moment.
So hard boiled.
So good.
So hard boiled, bro. Like...
I'm not going to bring down stream and talk about it a lot or anything, but TLA knows I lost my brother, and that's what got me into One Piece. So that moment was Sabo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, it hit me so hard, especially after Ace and everything.
Right.
But that all said, all of the praise I can sing for Dressrosa gave me my most terrifying fruit with sugars and like everything. Like that,
oh yeah,
that fruit is terrifying. But all of that said, it is the reason I stopped watching the anime and went straight to reading the manga.
Oh, okay. Around what time did you make the decision? Like, where in the arc?
Literally, I watched all the way to the end of it.
Okay.
I watched until Luffy punched Doflamingo and knocked him to the ground, and then I watched where Sabo visited them in the cabin and everything, and the Straw Hats leaving, Fujitoro's speech to Luffy and everything. Like, I watched all of it, man. The forming of the Grand Fleet. But after that, I was like, I'm gonna go to the.
Yeah, of course.
Fujitoro's my goat.
Yeah, dude. No, Fuji's my favorite admiral because of Dressrosa. That's what I'm saying. Like, it didn't ruin any of the experience for me of experiencing Dressrosa, but after seeing Rebecca's flashback for like 86 times, the Grand Line review counted it. It was like 86 times or something.
It's not
like that
much.
Remember.
It's like 48.
It's a lot though.
Yeah, it's
a
lot.
lot though, man. Like it beats it into your head so much. And then I went back and reread Dressrosa, and it's so good reading that arc.
I love
that
it did so much more than just the like the self-contained story though, to feed the general world building of just being in the new world proper now. Because Spunk Hazard, it's like, ooh, we gotta be sneaky, we're not supposed to be here. Fishman Island's like, you're on the front doorstep but you're not there yet. And like there was like it was just so crazy because we get to see like Longleg, you know, like people in the Coliseum, and like Long Arm, and we get to see like other Fishman karate users. We get to see revolutionaries. We get to see other monarchs like King Elizabeth with the King Punch, and we get to see my
boy.
We get to see a giant like Haryuden. We get to see all of these. It opened the entire can of worms that is the new world, as far as like all of these like characters that we saw. So many Devil Fruit introductions, parallels back to Alabasta, which everyone holds pretty fondly.
Jackie know me.
Right.
Oh my goodness. But it just did so much more than just to serve its own self-contained stories. It literally cracked open the entire world for me. It was so good.
For sure. Yeah. You said it perfectly there. I think that's what makes it so special. It is such a fantastic self-contained story, but what it does so well is what Oda does really well, which is when he combines the two and makes like a Marineford that is also a great self-contained story that is even better if you have all the context going into it. And that's exactly what Dressrosa is like. Dressrosa from chapter 700, when he reveals he has Ace's fruit, until 801 has so many things that make grateful to be a fan. Long-term things.
You have a warlord.
So good.
You have an admiral. You have like a Yonko showed up, and Sanji's just like, let me just solo this real quick, and like let me just be a beast. You have a Blackbeard commander. You have Cypher Pole Zero. You have the Straw Hats like getting split up. This is so many of the worst case scenarios you can imagine, all stuck in one little birdcage. By the end of it, it's so peak, dude. It's so good. And then Law's backstory was. Like before we got to Kuma's, my favorite backstory in all of One Piece.
I really respect it. That flashback is incredible.
Yeah, go ahead, Cube.
So good.
I know. I was just gonna say, I think for me is one of the moments that I think hits the most is when you do rewatch. Obviously, you don't get it the first time. Is remember when Mihawk says about Luffy's ability in Marineford? It's not about physical strength. It's his ability to rally people towards him. When you think that one of them hated Luffy's grandfather, well, Sabo makes sense. Cavendish had an issue. Barto liked the Straw Hats, but not everyone else. And
Yeah.
because of Luffy, they're all willing. And then at the end, the same people, they love Luffy so much that they begged him to accept them as his allies.
Yeah, man.
Because he remember he's like, I don't care about that. Like this is literally what Mihawk was talking about.
Exactly.
That whole stint, and you're realizing how dangerous now that he's a Gear 5. What else can he do? You know?
Yeah. No, yeah, you're spitting, man. That's one of the reasons why I'm so glad he laid the foundation and spent a lot of time in the Coliseum to get us accustomed to those characters. I was a big fan because I'm a big wrestling fan, so that was a clear like a G1 climax thing that he was going for. So I was like, all right, this is speaking to me. But whenever he started doing a lot of the tag team and battle royale, and it felt like the Royal Rumble, even whenever you leave the Coliseum and Dofi posted to thing like, yeah, go out and kill these guys. It was so much wrestling stuff that I was like, oh, I love this. This is my arc right here. But your point on Mihawk talking about Luffy and his true abilities is so valid here. That is what makes Dressrosa so special. Like it could end up being the middle arc of the manga, depending on where the series ends, and it's gonna have the foundation for so many things to come. Like Vex was talking about earlier, like so many things in the New World that we know now, or like the rumblings started really from Fishman Island, but they really started hitting home here, and we're still feeling those repercussions today. Yeah, it's such a great arc.
I don't know where it would. I'm paraphrasing something someone told me when I was binging, but my brother had told me that apparently Oda had said in an interview once that Dressrosa is supposedly the halfway point of the story.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know if it's like as far as like chapter wise that he meant that, but like that's like
right.
I don't. It's a vague statement, but yeah.
Yeah, Luffy getting his Grand Fleet, especially the amount of time dedicated to it, it really did feel like a halfway point. It just feels like a halfway point arc. There's so many things. Bellamy returning.
Bellamy
my
is one of my
God.
favorite characters.
Same here.
Dude, let's
Same
go.
here.
Let's go.
Like, bro,
Let's
like I
go.
was talking about earlier, I've rewatched Jaya so many times
Same.
that like
love Jaya.
when Bellamy showed up and what he did with Bellamy, because the thing is, Bellamy is already excellent, but then you add Dressrosa on it, and he becomes one of the best One Piece characters.
Yeah,
He's like
agreed.
one of the most well-written characters, man. Like he's so
Yes,
so
dude.
good. So
Yeah,
good.
Jaya is my number 5 in my top 5. Like it's
Special
Oh,
arc.
Jai's
Yes,
amazing.
special,
It's amazing.
special
I was gonna say, let's not also forget the return of Koala. That
Yes.
was
Yeah,
one
That
of the
was
things I never
huge,
expected.
dude.
Never
Yeah.
expected.
I love
Vex-
Koala and Sabo's like dynamic, like when he just
Same.
always hangs up on her and she's just like,
Yeah.
like
Yep.
Vex, you said that Law's backstory is like your favorite. Well, I do think it's one of the saddest. My favorite flashback is on Fishman Island with Otahime and Fisher Tiger.
Great choice.
Those are my favorite flashbacks in the
on
entire
Full
series.
Shout
So
Island when you see Koala for the first time. Yeah. Like,
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's what I'm saying though. Like, so seeing Koala and like then getting her and Dressrosa, oh my god, peak. Seeing like the
Yep.
progress she made, how she's fighting for the like rights now and everything. Like, oh,
Yeah.
and like
it's
we were
so
talking about
good.
we were talking about earlier, like how the first take at Reverie had like these things that are still unanswered to this day. Okay, well, in that same vein, what is liquor iron ore? Like, and that's what apparently the weapons were being like made out of at Dressrosa,
Right.
and when they were being smuggled and stuff like that. And like Koala was able to just look at it and recognize what it is, and it was apparently a big W for the Revs to come into like that cache of what does that even mean? And like we've been cooking on that for a really long time, and like there's
well,
like
you know, I keep pointing out that Lodestar, like a lode is a magnetic ore deposit. Maybe that's what it is on Lodestar. Just throwing that out there real quick.
well, if you
Had to get
look
it out
at
of my mouth.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of theories about what it could be, because in the actual like translation of shout out to Handsome in the chat, but liquor
Handsome!
iron ore it's like, if you translate it, it literally translates to, I believe, onigiri, which could mean like it's or like it which is crazy, because it could mean like a demon metal, or like it could also translate to like some sort of like yellow or so. I don't know, it's really interesting, but like it's something in the story that we know the absolute least about. It has been in like one panel ever,
True.
and the wiki
True.
is so small on it, and I'm just like, what could this mean? Like, I don't know.
It's gonna
There's
be
so much
another
stuff.
one of those things that Oda's gonna be rewatching. So there's a 24/7 One Piece channel on Pluto. I watch it all the time, especially whenever I'm at work. And so like for example, right, today there was Fishman Island, and I've watched a few episodes there. I was like, oh my god, yeah, this is peak. But
Yeah.
If Oda watches that channel, I guarantee you when that thing comes up on what you're talking about, he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
It's gonna get like
SBS.
SBS'd. Yeah, like I don't know. That's
Right.
crazy. Like,
Right.
There's one thing I want to get more into, because even though we got some sort of explanation, I want more. Conglomerate. Oh, I can't even say it now.
Kulabouterman.
Waterman. Yeah.
Yeah, that word, dude.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. And it was in Skype,
It is.
and in his lobby they talked about it. Nothing
Yes.
else.
Yeah, it is fascinating. I always love whenever Oda goes into his fairy tale bag, where he just starts bringing up like either twists on fairy tales that already exist and just Odifies them. That's one of them, because I feel like it's going to have endgame importance in some way, shape, or form. Don't know how big it's gonna have, but I do expect us, because it's a pirate manga at the end of the day, that maybe when we get to Laugh Tale, like I don't know, we see like the sun is Klabauterman or whatever it is. It feels like the perfect opportunity for that. As the final adventure, I expect us to have more stuff on the Klabauterman eventually, or maybe the Klabauterman of the Void Century or something. I'm expecting that to come up again in some way, shape, or form.
I don't think it's that kind of like. I think the semantic of being connected to boats, sure, but I'm sure there's a variation for different stuff. So
Right.
Well,
I'm
it
very curious
mentioned that like a Klabauterman can be formed in like two different ways. I think Frankie said that it's either a ship that is well beloved or a ship that is near its life's end. And so I mean, like, we just saw the Polar Tang get dunked. Like, does that thing have a Klabauterman? Like, I don't know. It's interesting.
Probably.
Like, yeah, there's so much more that can be cooked on that subject.
If it does, headcanon completely, but it's a penguin. I
Let's
don't
go.
make
I love
Yes.
Yeah, I don't make
Yeah.
the rules on that one.
actually, I'm curious, Coach. Since you know Vex and I'll say it after them, after you. But what's your favorite flashback? Since you know Lucas and
Oof. So
Vex talked about hers.
before Odin and Kuma, and those were really special because we were finally, well, in Odin's case, we were finally seeing stuff we've been wanting to see the entire series, and that meant so much to me. So that one will always be extremely high. Same thing with Kuma's. With Kuma's more so, that was the most emotional I've ever gotten reading One Piece. I think from like 1095 to 1103, that was like nonstop crying every chapter. It was insane. But before those two, and I don't know, might even still be my two. I think Kuma's solidified himself in my one. But for so long, for so many years, Volume 41, Robin's flashback, just like
Let's go.
we were talking about earlier, that flashback means so much to me, man.
Yeah.
Like it's everything surrounding it, but the flashback itself is just a very good self-contained story. It's phenomenal. The characters in there, what it has to say about the world government and them, the lengths they're willing to go to hide information, so many things. Robin herself, Saul, and it not only gets to me every time from an emotional standpoint. I genuinely feel like, especially with everything surrounding it, it's just one of Oda's, like, all right, I'm flexing here. I'm him. You know, I'm that guy. I can utilize a flashback like this to then get out of this flashback and deliver the most satisfying moments to that point, which was the I Want to Live, right? The I Want to Live would not hit as hard without the Robin flashback.
Yeah, of course.
So it's that one is so special to me. Obviously, Nami's flashback is what made me. I'm not gonna say fall. Yeah, it made me fall in love with it. I was in love from the beginning, from like God, like right at the beginning of the series. But it
The
really
minute I
was
saw Usopp, dude, I was hooked.
right.
Like, I was
right.
like, I gotta watch.
For me, honestly, it was whenever you remember when right at the end of the Captain Morgan stuff,
Yeah.
Luffy and Kobe were right in front of each other, and he made Kobe hit him. When I saw that moment, I was so sold because I'd never seen that before. I'd never seen a character go out of their way to do something like that, and that just continued to repeat. So like when we got to Baratier and we saw what was being cooked there, I was like, okay, I really like this. When I got to Arlong Park, I was like, no, this is Zenith. This is incredible. Like, this is peak, dude. So, and I gotta give another shout out to Chopper's flashback. I'm a huge Drum Island fan. Drum Island is a huge favorite of mine, but I love it because so many people have gotten into One Piece thanks to the Drum Island flashback. I know quite a few fans who have watched for like as a Christmas movie or whatever, the Chopper Here to Look stuff, and it got them into the series because it's such a great, once again, self-contained story. It is so good. ASL obviously fantastic.
I was waiting for somebody to mention it. Like,
yeah, man.
It's so good.
ASL Volume 60, dude, peak, absolute peak, man. I love those three characters, and just seeing their origins was special. And shout out to Lon Corazon, obviously. Another great one. There's just so many great, and Nolan Calgara, like there's just so many great flashbacks, dude.
Since you mentioned the Drum Island flashback and stuff, are you excited for the season 2 live action One Piece?
Oh man, dude, I loved season 1 so much. I just wish I had season 2 like right in front of me, like right now. It's insane, right? Because I went to MegaCon this past week. I got the opportunity to meet Jacob Romero, who plays Usopp there.
Yeah.
So that was really cool. But I noticed how many One Piece fans were there, and I kept talking to my family members who I was with. I was like, "Yo, do you think this is because of the live action?" Like I knew One Piece was getting big, but it really felt like it was bigger than ever. It was the biggest thing at the show. Like I was like, dude, it was Star Wars and One Piece. I was like, we're at a point where Star Wars and One Piece are the two biggest things at a convention. It was and for me, it was that live action effect that I feel like it's really starting to get a bunch of people into the series. And that's my favorite thing about the live action. I can't even begin to tell you how many people have been trying to get into One Piece for so many years. And they're like, yo, I got into it finally, dude. And I'm like, yes! And they're probably going to stay live action only, but I don't care. Because as long as they're here, they're here. I loved it. And season 2, because it's going to have, like we talked about earlier, that incredible Alabasta Saga stretch from Whiskey Peak, or technically Logetown in the live action, from Logetown to Alabasta, we're assuming that is going to be so peak. Can't wait for VV, Miss All Sunday, Chopper. I really want to see how Little Garden is done. Like, it's so it has potential to be really peak, really peak. I can't wait.
Yeah, like you were talking about people who like wouldn't get into it. My mother is obsessed with it, man. And I'm the guy in our like crew that keeps their nose to the ground about the live action stuff. So she is always messaging me like every other week, being like, "So what's going on with the One Piece live action? Like, when's it coming out?" Because she's a huge fan of like Harry Potter and fantasy and stuff like that. When she saw it, she's like, "This is the next one. This is the next big one. This is the next Harry Potter."
That's awesome.
You, it's good. Like,
listen, you can't rush perfection. They need to make Chopper look exactly like the first version of Sonic. Like,
that's crazy.
Before they recooked it.
Oh my God, Vex.
When he's crying at the plume. when he's crying at the plume, it does the "Can we get much higher" meme in the
background. Bro, hey, I'm so glad because I went through it again the other day. I'm so glad I can still cry at that scene. I really thought it was ruined, but I can still cry at that scene because that "Can we get much higher" stuff with the Chopper thing. I was like, this is gonna ruin everyone's perception of this entire arc. From this point on, this is insane.
One of the things that makes Chopper one of the best straw hats, and it's ruined by a meme.
Yeah. Oh man.
Hey, Vex, you said you have soundboard muted on stream.
I do.
Okay.
Oh God. What are you about to do? What is he doing? What's good?
I'm gonna have to hop off. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah, dude. It's like almost 4 in the morning for you, bro. Thank you for hanging out as long as you.
It's 4:30. It's actually 4:30. It's 4:30 in the morning.
Thank you for being here, Kube, man. I appreciate it. It was an awesome.
Dude, honestly, I should say that to you. Really appreciate you spending with us.
Absolutely.
Honestly. And have a great episode, and guys, have a great rest of the stream.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Take it easy, bro.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, I
Instead of Uno reverse, hit him with that magic cylinder.
That's right.
Bro. No, I was
Still one of the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh trap cards. No question.
I know we are like in a One Piece community, and we talk a lot about One Piece on this channel and on your own as well. But I wanted to also like give you a major shout out because like you're like, I know you're a huge Hunter x Hunter fan as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, man,
Love that series.
I could do a full stream. Yes,
Yeah.
Dak in the chat. We are cooking indeed, but I can do an entire stream
Wait,
with
Dak?
like
Dak's in the chat? Dak!
yeah.
My boy!
That's a friend of the channel. We go way back. But yeah, like
Shout out to my guy.
Yes, sir.
as far as like
Dak is the
JoJo's
man.
and like Hunter x Hunter and a lot of the other series that you like and cover as well, like huge fan there, and like I feel like we could spit for hours on that. But
Oh,
I did
no, for sure, dude.
yeah, whenever we reached out to you, we said we were going to be talking about some games. So
Oof,
like
let's go, baby. I'm here.
yeah, I know I watched the State of Play with Tree the other day. I didn't watch the extended like the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth thing that they did separately.
Right.
But what would you say is like what you're the most excited for from what we saw from Sony recently?
So it just like a game that I'm
Yeah.
most excited for. Oh, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, bro.
Oh
Look.
my god.
Listen, before, because so right now I'm going through Infinite Yakuza. I'm trying to finish that before 7 Rebirth. Same thing with Persona 3 Reload. I was so hyped for both of those. But right now, out of things announced, FF7 Rebirth, because it's a remake of my favorite game. I can't wait for that. My favorite franchise releasing something that just Trails. They're releasing Kai no Kiseki. I don't know when it'll be localized, but that I can't wait for that. Kingdom Hearts 4 when that comes, will be there no matter what. Metal Gear Solid 3 is getting a remake this. That's going to be extremely exciting. Out of the incoming stuff though, FF7 Rebirth by far, but I'm looking forward to checking out Stellar Blade. That looks really good, especially because I really like Nier. It reminds me a lot of vibes there. I'm looking forward to Metaphor, the other Atlas game. That looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun. Death Stranding 2. I love Hideo Kojima. Metal Gear Solid is in my DNA, so I really can't wait for Death Stranding 2 and the new tactical espionage game he wants to work on, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah,
I can't
them
wait for
teasing that
too.
was crazy. Like,
Yeah,
but we're gonna
dude.
have to wait like
my man.
we're gonna have to wait like 3 years for
before-
that, right?
Mhm,
Before you
yeah.
guys start cooking, I also have to go. I have to work in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But it
But-
was great cooking with you, Recon. Thank you for coming on the channel. It means a lot to us, man. It really does.
No, dude, yo, it was a pleasure, man. Yo, yo, the vibes, man. I appreciate you. Like, yo, we were in sync in a lot of points, man. So
Oh,
you're my
yeah,
guy.
man.
You're my
Yeah,
guy,
well,
bro.
We definitely have to get you back on soon, man. But boys, have a good rest of the stream, and I'll see y'all later. Okay.
Yeah,
Take it
have a
easy,
good one,
brother.
guys.
We love you, brother.
Love you, brother.
Yeah, I think you just became Tree's best friend. Shouting out to
Recon.
Hideo Kojima
Right.
and Metal Gear is
Everything.
Yeah.
My man, everything that just left your mouth has me like grinning. The biggest heckin' smile.
Yo, then I have to ask, what are you most excited for? Is it Rebirth?
Oh man, it's like this. So one of my favorite things is it's Hope Core. I eat that shit up, dude. And like having
Right.
the God of War Ragnarok DLC
Great.
followed by like we had Tekken 8 was Hope Core.
It's
which was-
so
it was
good.
so good.
It's so good. I love Tekken 8, bro. I can't wait to get
Prince-
back to it.
Prince of Persia, Hope Core, like the Gurren Lagann movies being in theaters, Hope
Right.
Core, Rebirth. It's going to be Hope Core because we're hopeful about changing things.
Yes.
Like I just everything this year is oh my god. No, I have a reaction up on I don't somewhere maybe on TikTok. I cried. I almost passed out when they announced Metal Gear Solid Delta. Like,
Oh.
dude, this year's cracked, man.
Bro. So,
Rise of
For-
Ronin looks really good too.
oh, that looks incredible, dude. Because I've been waiting for another Ghost of Tsushima, and I was like, okay, this looks really cool. It reminds me of that. I was like, okay, it is.
Oh my god, there's got to be another Ghost, dude.
Yeah.
Like the Mongols invaded Tsushima Island twice,
Right.
it's only a matter of time.
Right. It made too much money. You know Sony. It makes money, they're making a sequel.
Oh man, what do you? I just want to jump into 7 Rebirth, man.
Yeah.
If you want to spit on that, like, what are your expectations? Have you watched the trailers? Have you like spoiled yourself a little bit for it?
Oh, absolutely. So
Okay.
with me and this game and the trailers, as I do the same thing with Kingdom Hearts. I watch all the trailers because I've realized with this franchise and with Metal Gear, because I did the same thing with Metal Gear Solid 5 right before that dropped, and it didn't ruin the experience for me. I find that when I'm in the moment, it's not that I forget, it's just that I'm so immersed that when it happens, I'm like, oh yeah, that was in the trailer, but I wasn't thinking of it, right? I know how I am in regards to experiencing media, especially something done by Square Enix. So when I went through the remake, even after watching all those trailers, it still was like, oh man, like this is the greatest thing I've ever experienced. And now with Rebirth, it's the exact same thing where I've watched all the trailers, but I think they've done a better job of hiding information because I have
not showing Barrett dying in Remake's last trailer.
Thank God, right? Thank God. So it's like they've done a better job this time. They did a better job with this than they did with 16 as well. 16 final trailer had quite a few spoilers in there as well. But with Rebirth, there's just so much, dude. Like, I could talk about the gold saucer, all the new mini games, how big the world, dude. When I saw the world map, I legit almost shed tears. I was like, this is crazy.
It looks so good. It really does.
It sounds like you have the same mentality about it, where it's like, I personally don't mind getting spoiled for some stuff because at the end of the day, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey getting there,
right?
And putting the weight behind that destination.
That's right.
Like,
that's right.
Oh, dude, I assume if 7's your favorite game.
Yeah, well, it's I always say it is, but it's like with a caveat because Trails it's hard for me to separate games in that franchise because it's kind of like One Piece where each game serves as like its own piece in the greater narrative. And so I feel like that as a whole is my collective one, but because there's so many different games, FF7 is my favorite like single video game for sure. But
so
but
you don't
Trails
treat it like franchise wise.
Yeah, like because the thing is, right, even though I would have to include 7 Remake, Crisis Core, all of that is a part of Advent Children, that's all a part of the experience. But even if it's just the original game or if it's just Remake, both of those are like favorite game of all time contender, no question. it like separately. But yeah, I would have to say FF7. If we're talking about just a single game, it probably is number one. I really love Metal Gear Solid 3. That's it. That's been in my top 5 for God knows how many years.
Same.
It's such a special game. Like, since you like 3, I have to ask. So you know how for a lot of years we were like, okay, we were excited for a potential FF7 remake. We eventually got that, and for so long, everybody was like, okay, are we gonna get Metal Gear Solid remade or Metal Gear Solid 3? That was always like the thing. Were you always on the boat that they were gonna do 3? Because I always was. I was like, yo, they're gonna do 3.
I think they know that it's the best Metal Gear. Like,
I do think so.
Dare I say that?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Like I never finished 1 or 2, but I played the shit out of Snake Eater and Guns of the Patriots, and like I love them both, but Snake Eater is just completely built different, dude. Like it was one of my favorite gaming experiences from back in that era, story wise, like of all time. And just like it was just, dude, it was so fun. And like what they can do now with like what AAA titles are now versus what they were back in that era is just insanely different. They could do so much more with that game. It was already a game that did a lot. So I think it's a long time coming.
I think 3 was one of the first games I ever I beat, and then I immediately started it back up again. Like,
Yeah, did you ever do a pacifist run? You can literally go non-lethal through the entire game.
on stream? I actually did on my Twitch.
That's awesome.
Crazy, yeah.
That's
Oh
awesome.
man,
A non-lethal hard mode, baby.
that's like
And,
insane because I was murking everything. Like when I was
Oh
like
my God,
like
dude.
into it, I was
the
like,
sorrow fight must have been awful.
Oh man,
bro.
can't
But-
even imagine.
It was crazy because like somebody told me that and I was like, it didn't even click in my mind. I was like, that's impossible. And then I like relived all of the instances. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't have to kill that.
Like being young and like I want to say it's pre-internet for me because I didn't have a computer at that time or like internet access readily available to me. So like going over and my buddy Cody, not the Cody that's on the last arc, but a different Cody. And he's like, yeah, dude, if you like drown yourself at the beginning, you can skip the sorrow fight. And I'm like, no way. You're lying to me. Like, oh, dude, that era of gaming was just phenomenal.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's so many great gaming experiences that I still go back to. Like, a couple of years ago, after finishing catching up to Trails, actually, very first thing that I experienced after that was I went back and finally played Xenogears, which has become an all-time favorite of mine. Like, I made it a mission after that to experience almost every SquareSoft game released from that era, from like the PS1, PS2 era, because there's so many special games there, and that
crazy.
led to eventually me wanting to go experience as many as I could from that era, because like you said, and I love a lot of the games coming out now. I think a lot of them are better than ever. Like, I'm currently playing Infinite Wealth, feels like it's one of the greatest games ever. I know 7 Rebirth is going to be another one of the greatest games ever. But I think in that era, due to them being in their infancy, they were trying out so many things. There were so many ambitious ideas. They were doing so many things with what little they had.
Chrono Trigger.
Right,
Yeah.
like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI and all these incredible things. God, Chrono Trigger to me is still like how did that even happen? You know,
That's on my playlist. I haven't played more than like 30 minutes of it yet.
Okay.
But it's my roommate's favorite game, and he's like, Dylan, you're gonna love this, man.
You are.
I just
You are. That's a special game, man.
Yeah, I fell out of gaming for a while when it came to like I played Xenosaga, like the first one, and I think I had the second one bought, but like it didn't even make the connection like years later when like all of like the like different like Xeno games started coming out. I was like, oh, those are connected, because I love the story behind it, but like I'm not a gamer anymore. I'm just like, and I'm not like a person who still goes back and plays through retro games. I just have my memories, you know. Like, but I hang out like I was literally just talking with Treat about like I was like, yo, I've never played like this game. Like, I forgot which one we were talking about. But it was like 3 days ago. Like, we were talking about. No, it was we were talking about like one of the like, I don't remember. It was one of the Xeno games that was like newer, and like
Xenoblade?
I was just like yeah, I guess like Chronicles Part 2 or something like that, and like you were like you were like, I haven't played it yet because I played a song from the soundtrack. I was like, yeah, I've never played it either. Like I don't know what's going on, but I played something that apparently I played something that apparently predates it by like 12 years, like forever ago. Like,
I think it's funny because the creator of all of the games has like jumped between different I want to say like studios and coming out with these different Xeno games.
That's right.
And at the end of the day, he's like, yeah, they're all connected because I said so. Even though if the studios don't let me legally say it, I don't care. Like,
no,
he just wants to tell a story.
Yeah, and I respect him for that, man. Tetsuya Takahashi, he's a legend, man. I went through a little out of order where played Xenoblade, then I went back to Xenogears. Absolutely love that. Made my way through Xenosaga 1, and then when Xenosaga 2, when I started playing that, I'm trying to remember what came out at the time, but I never finished it because I just got so obsessed with whatever else came out at the time. I don't remember what it was. But
there were so many JRPGs like back in that era, like Star Ocean and Tales of Symphonia and like Dark Cloud and like all this other stuff that was like I had my hands in so many different things. Like I had never finished Xenosaga 2, but Cosmos was her. Like,
No, Cosmos is her, dude.
Yeah, I loved like that shit back in the day. I
That
fell
was
off
a
like
very popular request for Smash Brothers.
Yep. Yeah, no, dude, Smash. I was actually earlier today rewatching because I still can't believe that like Sora's in Smash, man. Like that.
Oh,
That was that and Cloud were my childhood dreams. I would literally be at lunch tables with my friends, and be like, "Yo, if Cloud and Sora could be in Smash, and now they're both in Smash, man. It's wild. It's actually wild."
dude, I remember like I remember like screaming, and I ran into my bedroom and I woke up my girlfriend. I'm like, look, and I'm like shakily holding my phone in front of her, like, he's here. Like,
It's Sora. It's Disney.
Yeah. Dude, I cried so hard. Like that, it's such a perfect closing character for a franchise like that.
Yeah.
Like the thematically is just what a pick.
Yeah, man. That final shot of Sora and Mario shaking hands is like one of the greatest images in video game history.
If you would have showed that to me when I was in like middle school,
Yeah.
dude,
yeah, it would have been over. It's like showing my middle school self what's happening right now in One. I can't believe it.
Right.
This is insane.
It's crazy too because One Piece is like a really, really deep like story that just has so much going on, and then like Kingdom Hearts is absolutely able to be in the same kind of conversation with how how much is going on. It's insane.
Yeah, no, yeah, the great comparison there. Like Kingdom Hearts, if you have not, it's I think after, I would dare say, like Birth by Sleep, that was the last one that you could really play having not played any, and it's a good self-contained story.
I don't know,
from
man.
then on you really need the context of like
If somebody-
everything leading into it. Yeah.
If somebody played Chain of Memories without ever going through the first game, I think they'd be really confused. Like,
Well, that's true. No, but even that is, I feel like you could understand it.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if somebody tried to play KH3 without having like the context of all the things leading
it'd be
up
like
to
a
it,
foreign
there's so many
language.
characters.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
Right.
Out of curiosity, a favorite Kingdom Hearts game?
It's between 3 and 2. Three because of where I was at the time. It really helped me a lot personally. I adored that experience. And 2 is like, when I think of the PS2, I think of KH2.
Yeah.
I just think of KH2, bro. It's so many memories. One of the greatest final boss fights in video game history. The Sephiroth fight is also legendary.
It's
God,
so good.
Sanctuary. It's just, that's my childhood, man. I
Mine's,
love KH2.
What's the opposite of based? Oh, it's a hot take. Mine's a hot take. I feel it's 358 over 2 days. With 2 right behind it.
I really love that pick. That actually used to be my favorite because Roxas is my favorite character.
Same. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah, 358 and a half before KH3 came out was like you said, that and 2, because the end of that game was one of my first experiences like crying for a video game. Was at the end of 358 and a half. That thing hit hard, man.
That's crazy. Vex and I were talking about this a few days ago, like games that made us like cry. Well, I was.
yeah, I'm a monster. Sorry, I'm just. I haven't had a game make me cry yet.
I didn't mean to throw you under the bus like that.
No, it's cool, bro. Like,
so I feel the need to shout out my first game that made me cry. That I think it's definitely like, it's definitely up there. Was Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. That that destroyed me.
extremely
and if you've never
good.
played it, that is a really high recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, I've never played it. I remember whenever it was really popular, but no, I never played it.
The Mystery Dungeon games had no right
great.
going so hard, and like they really stepped up from the first one, like as well. But like the Mystery Dungeon games were like extremely like emotionally intelligent for like the weight of exactly what went on. And like, I don't know, like, and that was a point in my life where I was just like, who am I, you know, as a person and stuff like that. So it really hit like some of the stuff that they like, it got deep, like, and they really stepped up as well. Like going into like, I didn't play all of the second one, but like the first one was like so fun to me. I remember taking the little quiz at the beginning and trying to get my favorite Like, you know, like, because like you don't just start as, because you are a Pokemon in these games. Like you it's not like you have a party of you are one, and like
the whole point is it's self-insert transformed into Pokemon.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
like you're what's the word, like ushered, you're supposed to do it, like lean into that, and that makes it the story hits so different for no reason, like really
for no reason. Yeah. That's wild. I remember, I don't know, like I like games like for me, music is what I go to really like feel emotions and things like that. And for games, like I was always just like a kind of guy who wanted like adventure. So I remember like story-based games like Metal Gear Solid 4, where there's like a movie inside of the game, basically, like the longest cutscene ever. I was just like, yo, this is really good, but like this isn't what I really come to video games for. But this is still goated. But like for me back in that era, like when Metal Gear 4 was out, like I was playing stuff like, I don't know, like Uncharted 2 and 3, where I was just like adrenaline, let's just go, like let's just be like, I don't know, that was like Uncharted 2 was one of my favorite games of all time back then, and it's not really like great for the story. It's just like the vibes, you know what I mean? Like the action adventure, like crawling out of a train that's like falling off of a mountain, and you have to like parkour your way up, and it's just like the actual suspense that they captured in those moments. Like that was what I was like really there for. It wasn't really a shooter. It was like a platformer, yeah, but like it was like Prince of Persia style. It was like very like intricate, like different like cool things that you can do, and like it's just like it was really interesting, like in that same like kind of like Mirror's Edge aspect, where you're just like, oh well, I could climb that, you know, like and there was just such hype around it too. Like I think in Uncharted 3, you're literally like using a tank that's riding a train up a mountain to fight several helicopters. I'm like, when else are you gonna do this? When else are you gonna be able to say you did this? Like, so I mean that's like kind of what I was looking for in video games. But like now, because I'm visually impaired now, there's no way I'm picking up a game now. I'll just backseat. I'll just watch, you know, Tree the Wolf and SSJ and Cody on Twitch. But that was like what I really loved about like that era. I didn't play too many PS3 titles. For me, the GameCube was the golden age for me.
Thousand Year Door remake.
Oh my god, I will. Dude,
I'm shocked we didn't bring it up earlier about the later games this year.
Great point, yeah.
Anticipated. I can't wait. Thousand Year Door is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. I love it.
Great game. Yeah, I really can't wait for that. Going on to your GameCube comment, that console has a lot of special stuff. Pokemon Coliseum is still my favorite Pokemon game. And so that's
like Gale of Darkness too.
Yeah, XD is so like, good. Like I love it.
Great games. Kirby's Air Ride on the GameCube special game. F-Zero GX special game.
Oh my goodness. I still have it too. Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah. So we haven't had one since, man. And you know what's crazy? So I'm a big Yakuza fan. I didn't know until the other day the Yakuza team made F-Zero GX. If you go search up F-Zero GX creators, you'll see RGG Studio from Sega. It is a Sega Nintendo collaboration. It's F-Zero GX. It is actually insane.
Like F-Zero GX was created, and Nintendo was like, "How did you get our hardware to run this fast?" And they're like, "We're not going to tell you, but if you keep letting us make games, we'll keep doing it." And Nintendo was like, "Lol, okay, rip F-Zero forever."
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, like the GameCube.
That's such a shame.
The GameCube was so ahead of its time with like and like its durability is insane. The fact that people still have their original GameCubes to this day that still function. And like I remember my first one was so beat up, like I was able to just put a piece of tape on the disc tray and that thing would still run. And like I remember one of the disc tray like open button was stuck, so it would just stay open nonstop. So like it would never enter into the mode where it could kickstart the discs. So if you hit the power button, the discs would not. So I had to literally spin the disc with my hand, like, and give it a like kick start, like a running start, and then close the tray, put the piece of tape on, and hit the power button all within like, it was, dude, hacks. Like, but that GameCube still works to this day. Like and like a whole bunch of like the things that you could like, I don't know, people, there was like also like there's a YouTube video of someone like using GameCube technology to do like some crazy like touchscreen, like I don't, it's just insane what they had like stumbled upon to like with the GameCube. Lightning in a bottle, best era of gaming for me,
dude. Four Swords Adventures.
Oof,
man.
Oof, no.
Listen, no, I mean that in a good way. I mean that in a good way. Yeah, I love because I really love Zelda. My whole thing is that in that particular console, I still have yet to play most of the stuff that was there on GameCube. Wind Waker I still need to go through that adventure.
Oh my god!
I still haven't played Wind Waker.
Oh my god!
I played Twilight Princess finally when it came to the Wii U. But most of my Zelda stuff is everything around it. Like I really love Link to the Past, Ocarina, Majora's Mask, Breath of the Wild, Tears. Like, so all of these games never had the opportunity to play the ones in the GameCube. And well, I know I played a few of them. I'm just trying to remember which ones they were. I know for sure Wind Waker wasn't, and Twilight Princess was not another. So
there's a few. There's Twilight Princess. There's Wind Waker. There's the Zelda Master Collection, which has Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Zelda 1, Zelda 2. Okay. And then there's the Ocarina of Time Master Quest, which is Ocarina of Time and Master Quest. Oh, and Four Swords.
There's like a 30-minute demo of Wind Waker as well on the Master, right?
Yeah, on the Master Collection.
That was.
So,
dude, Wind Waker's so good.
It had to have been Four Swords then that I at the very least attempted, because I know I didn't complete any of them on the GameCube. Unfortunately, one of these days when they bring Wind Waker to either the Switch 1 or the Switch 2, that I'm playing it immediately, because I've been missing out for so many years as a huge Zelda fan.
You said you played Twilight Princess on the Wii U. Do you still have a Wii U?
I still have it, yeah. Okay, well, actually, no. It's under my bed. It probably doesn't work anymore because the gamepad doesn't work. So I'd probably have to buy a gamepad to make it work.
That's not bad. Hey man, hit me up. We both like One Piece. I'll teach you some stuff.
Let's go, Goldie Roger, baby.
Oh my goodness.
It's what I did with mine, and like you can also get Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky on it. So I mean,
okay.
And every other Zelda game up until that point, including the DS games.
Gotcha. Yeah, I definitely I gotta play Wind Waker, man. Hopefully, it doesn't come out in like a crazy window. Like right now, there's so many games coming out. So I hope when it does come out, it's like when nothing else is out. So I can give it all the time necessary. I'm on it.
Like 2024, a first playthrough of Wind Waker. That's crazy content, dude. Like that's good.
I mean, if they do it, do you think that they'll just do like a port, or if they'll actually do like a full reskinning, like a remake?
I think they'll port the HD version from the Wii U.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a game that
playthroughs for content.
I was just gonna say really quick. I was just gonna say really quick while we're still on Wind Waker, like that would be probably one of the most interesting games to get like a complete redo of, just because of how vast the world is in that. Like there's a lot on the map. But yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up Outer Wilds. Have you played that by any chance?
I have not played Outer Wilds. I played what was it? Outer Worlds is the one made by Obsidian, right?
Yeah. Outer Worlds is Space Fallout. Outer Wilds is Majora's Mask Space.
What? Oh, bro, you're selling me now. I'm a huge Majora's Mask fan.
Okay,
so
here's the deal. I can't tell you anything else about it. It's all knowledge based. Like you can beat the game in 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
That's like, so it's like if you look up anything, you'll spoil yourself and learn knowledge that you can. Like,
gotcha.
Dude, we were talking about games with music earlier, and I thought of Journey, and I was like, oh, Journey was such a Journey's probably like top 5 games ever made in my opinion. And then I thought of Outer Wilds, and I was like, I got to bring that up at some point. But that's it's such a, the community for it is pretty big, and like there's not enough content for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, if you upload playthroughs, a blind playthrough of that,
Mhm.
like the fan base will eat that up, man. Like it's one of those things where after you're done with it, you sit down and you're like, I can never do this again. And like that
Oh, gotcha.
somberness like sets in, and you're like,
That happened to
"Ugh."
me every when I finished Elden Ring, because like
Uh,
the thing with that game was the exploration. Like I'll never be able to explore all of this for the first time again. Like when I finished the platinum, I was both like, oh, this was peak, but I was so sad. I was like, I can't have it again. Like I can never experience that again.
you know what's crazy is I platinumed it on Xbox, and then when I did it again on PlayStation, because I'm a freak like that, I've actually I found stuff that was new that I never found in my Xbox playthrough.
On Elden Ring? Oh,
Yeah.
nice. That's awesome.
And I'm sure there's still a bit more that I have yet to see, but like I think it's cool that even after achieving the 100%, like it doesn't actually take you through the whole game.
Right. Yeah. It definitely is one of those experiences like that. That was a cooperative experience. And what I mean by that is I remember me and like we'll say like 4 of my friends were all going through it at the same time. And all we did the entire time was send pictures to each other. Oh, I found this, I'm here. I found this, I'm over here.
Yes.
I found this. Oh, we're fighting. Like it was such a great
It's that classic PS2 experience, man.
Yes, man. It's that PS2 experience, playing it, going to the lunchroom, be like, yo, this is what I found. Like, I got this. Oh, you found that. Where'd you find it? Like, it was perfect. I love Elden Ring, man. Such a special game.
Yeah, like Tree is a huge like supporter of all of like the Soulsborne type games, and like I know he's a huge Final Fantasy fan as well.
I'm gonna flex a little.
Mhm.
I've platinumed Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3,
Nice.
Elden Ring twice, Sekiro, and Bloodborne.
Oof.
And Lies of P, but that's not from Soft.
But it's almost that.
Yeah.
It's almost Bloodborne too. Yeah.
But am I correct in saying that your favorite gaming franchise of all time is Zelda? Is that right, Tree?
Yeah, Zelda's my number one.
If you had
And then Kingdom Hearts, Metal Gear.
Yeah, if you had to pick one, Coach, what would you say is your number one franchise as far as all video games?
Trails, for sure.
That was such a quick answer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because
I've had that recommended to me. Can you sell me on it a little?
It's One Piece in video games. It is. That's what I was told. Like I remember, in 2020, right before 2019 for Christmas, one of my subscribers, a longtime friend, hits me up and is like, "Yo, I'm gonna buy you the first game in this franchise. I just want you to try it out." And I tried it out, but the thing said, like in the message from another friend who was also trying to get me on it, said, "This is the One Piece of video games." And I was like, "That's you guys know that's big for me, right? Like that's my favorite series ever. Like this is huge." I'll tell you, man, they were not capping. The world, I can only compare it to One Piece. It has sensational world building.
Is each game connected, or is it like
each game is connected?
Okay, so you should play them in order?
Yes. And not only are they connected, it's like an anime or manga or a novel or TV show where every single thing is right after the other. So I'll give you an example. So Trails in the Sky is the first trilogy. Trails in the Sky 1 directly leads into Trails in the Sky 2, which leads into 3. And then once you finish that and you go to Trails from Zero, the events of 3 go directly into the next one. So it's so unique in that they have so much they have so much confidence in their storytelling that most of the time game companies will want you to create self-contained stories for people who don't want to play the other games. Paying $60 or $50 or $40, whatever it is, to play all these games normally would be unheard of. But with Trails, they have so much confidence in their narrative where they're like, no, every single game is going to continue from the last. Plot threads, character, all of this stuff is going to continue. And we have enough faith that people are just going to buy the next game just because they want to see what happens.
Can you imagine if Devil May Cry did that? Bro, can you imagine if Devil May Cry was fully continuous, like the continuity went from like instead of like hopping around like it did. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're good. Like, and that would have been really
16 games.
I wish, yes. So right now let me actually Sky SC, Sky the Third, Zero, Ow, Cold Steel 1, Cold Steel 2, 3, Reverie, Kuro 1. We're at 12 games right now. And only 10 have been localized. The 11th one is being localized this year. So we're kind of like a golden age for the franchise where a lot of the games are finally being localized because it's gotten so popular over the past couple of years. But that's the one thing that sucks about it is that when a new game releases. So, for example, this year the 13th game is coming out in Japan, and I am so obsessed with this franchise. I play the Japanese version with like spreadsheet text on my computer.
Yo,
like I do what people do for One Piece when they like read the spoilers. I do that for Trails.
where with the Gurren log on DS game.
Yeah, so you've gone through it. You know how that is, right? Like that is what I do for this franchise. It's just it is such a special series, man. Like I obviously Metal Gear, Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, Zelda, they all mean so much to me. But the thing is with Trails is it's like it has so many moments where the only thing I compare it to is One Piece, where I'm like whenever you reach the end of the first half of the series, it legitimately feels like you get the opportunity to play through Marineford. Imagine being able to play.
Holy shit!
like play through Sabaody and Marineford. That's what the end of the first half of the series feels like, and that's why I think I fell in love with the series so much. Is because I come from the big three era of like Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece being the things I love so much, but I never had the opportunity to binge the best of those three because I've been caught up to all three for so many years. What Trails gave me was the opportunity to binge like the Pain arc, the Marineford stuff, Soul Society and Arankar. Like it gave me the opportunity to go through like Shonen's best arcs in a single franchise where I finally could feel what so many people feel when they binge through my favorite series. I finally had that thanks to Trails.
That's huge.
It's like if you're a fan of shonen anime, that is like the ultimate the ultimate like battle shonen in video game form. So that's why that's my favorite franchise. It's just so special, man. I love Trails.
Are they
it's so good.
Asking for myself, are they readily available like on Steam or like on the Switch or something? Or am I gonna yarg yo ho?
all 10 of them, thankfully, the ones that have been localized, are all on Steam, and they all run best, I would dare say, on Steam. I played the Sky Trilogy on Steam. They all ran perfectly. You'll just have to get a voice patch for the first 3 Sky games in order to get the voices there, which I would highly recommend because it adds a lot. But after that, that's whenever you get into like Zero, Azure, Cold Steel, all those come voiced, and they all run extremely well. I'm assuming they run extremely. I played those on PlayStation, but people say the best versions are on Steam. And I believe it because they're all Steam Deck verified. So if they're Steam Deck verified, they're probably working well on the computer. So yeah, they're available on Steam, thankfully.
And so I have a question. Like, you don't have to spoil anything about the game or anything. This is more about like, I guess, the community. But you saying that it's like all of these like peak shonen and things like that, and that this it's very, so obviously it's very story based. Is there like a heavy I guess like maybe theory crafting within the community? Like, and are you like, do you like, as far as like what's coming next, because you do know that another like game is dropping, so do you guys like spit like all the time, like how like One Piece is, you know what I mean, like our community is?
Not like One Piece, because that's like I talked about earlier, that's what separates One Piece. But like us being in this call, for example, I don't think the Trails community does that. There's not enough people to do that, but and plus One Piece is a special exception. But what I can tell you is this: every time that a new piece of information comes out for like this new Trails game coming out, I see the entire community immediately start like making connections. Yeah. They just come from the ashes. They're like, oh my god, is this character coming back? Or oh man, are we going here? Man. Especially since the game coming out right now is sort of like when Oda announced the final saga. Like this is officially starting the final saga of Trails. So imagine our excitement. So I'll put it to you in One Piece terms. The first couple screenshots that because all we've seen are screenshots from the next Trails game, is if like we saw Emu and Shanks in the same vicinity. So it's like the entire Trails community is like, what is going on? This is actually insane.
That's
so
correct.
The theory crafting more so comes from exciting stuff that's been shown to us that we haven't gotten answers to. There's some stuff to theorize there. But a lot of the theorizing comes from the point when a game gets revealed to when it gets released. There's so many ideas and theories that come out because similar to Final Fantasy, the trailers are done so well that they show things, but they don't show like you can't get enough of a grasp to see what's really going on. So there's a lot of room to theorize. So it's not like One Piece where people are like going back to the first game or something and be like, oh, yo, this little small scene or whatever. It's more so like how like One Piece chapter releases are. When you finish one chapter, kind of like what we did with 1106. Okay, guys, what's gonna happen in 1107? That's kind of like what the Trails community is. Like, okay, what's gonna happen in the next game? That's more so people are more excited about to talk.
Dude, you've sold me.
Yeah, man, I would highly recommend at the very least giving it a shot because it does. I would dare say it deserves it. It's gonna when it's finished, it's gonna etch its place in JRPG history as something with the ambition to actually attempt to do this. It's really, really impressive. And if you're a fan of series with multiple protagonists and just great storytelling in video games, it's a special one, man. And it's just a fun JRPG too. Like the battle system evolves. You get to see how the creators improve across the board from a writing standpoint, how they learn how to create video games better while still evolving on the same core thing from the first game to where we are now, where everything is just so insane. It's as if you were following, like I said, a manga, and you see like the creators start off with the art and seeing how their art starts off, and then where we are right now, where it's like they're at the top of their game. It's such a cool experience. I really love that franchise.
That sounds awesome, honestly. Like if Tree sold, like I'm definitely sold, but like I said, I'm not a gamer, but I backseat watch Tree and Cody stream on their Twitches like all the time, and everybody make sure you check out the link in the description. I just threw Tree's Twitch in there and Cody's is as well. But if Tree plays through these, like you bet your ass I'm gonna be in the chat eating popcorn and eating this shit up left and right. So
yo, real talk, Trees. If you stream Trails, I'll be there as often as I can.
Let's go.
I really would, bro. Yo, man.
Same sentiment for Outer Wilds, dude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Coach, I put all of your links in the description as well. We're getting pretty close to. I mean, if y'all are wanting to spit on anything else, we totally can, but we will be wrapping up here pretty shortly, as we've been going for over 3 hours now.
We're talking about like theories, and I guess if we're okay with going a little bit longer, I'd like to maybe talk about 7.
Let's go.
I'm down.
I just also want to say real quick, because 7's gotten so much love and whatnot. Final Fantasy 8 is my absolute favorite of all Final Fantasies, and I haven't heard anybody really talking about it, but obviously 7 is what's hot right now, and I'm super hyped because I just watched through Tree played through the whole first OG game, which I played way back in like the year 2000 when I was like a PS1 kid for sure. And I watched Advent Children, and like I played a little bit of Crisis Core. Never played through Dirge though. But Tree just played through OG7, Crisis Core, and we did a watch party in his Discord server for Advent Children, and then played through the entire Final Fantasy VII remake as well on his Twitch. So he's just ran through all of it to get ready for Rebirth.
I haven't played Intermission yet, and this actually is going to be my first time experiencing Intermission. And I'm really excited.
You are in for a treat. I love Intermission. Intermission is a lot of fun.
So let me lay down some groundwork here.
Okay.
Can you subscribe to this? Crisis Core, 7, Advent Children, and at the end of Advent Children, Sephiroth is like, "Hey, I'll never be more than just a memory," and Cloud lets him go. In Remake, we're explained that like Sephiroth lets the life stream roll off of his back. There's also a book from Aerith's perspective that explains what she does after she dies and how she influences the world from the life stream.
Yes.
And in that, it explains that the life stream goes through space and time. Sephiroth time travels through life stream, starts messing with the timeline. That's Remake.
Yeah, I agree.
You subscribe to that? Okay.
I 100% subscribe to it. Not only that, not only through the Sephiroth perspective, but like you said, through Aerith. I'm actually reading through that book right now, Traces of Two Paths. And Tifa's was incredible, her side. But for Aerith's, it's been really great from a theory crafting standpoint, because from the moment the remake starts, even more than the original, I thought in the original, it felt like she knew everything that was going on. In Remake, her and Sephiroth feel like they're playing for the exact same thing, where both of them are either trying to prevent or actually actively engaging on recreating and or stopping the events of the original Final Fantasy VII. So they both know, thanks to the live stream, what is about to happen. Aerith clearly knows at the end of the first game that the events that have already taken place, similar to Sephiroth. So I subscribe to that theory 100%. No question.
Oh my god, I just got goosebumps. And right before Cloud meets Aerith in Remake, Cloud talks to himself, and then Sephiroth shows up and talks to Cloud instead.
Yep.
And the Cloud that shows up is like, "Dang, man, when this happened to me, I just got a few scrapes on my knees." That is totally original Cloud.
The OG Cloud. Yes, sir.
Like, oh my god. Like, dude.
And the reason why it makes so much sense is that the original game did it already. When Cloud loses himself, and Tifa has to bring him back, and he goes through that moment in his subconscious, you see all the other Clouds. Like, he's like, the original game sort of already touched on this. It's just that Remake is going above and beyond and like showing like a modern day version of what it would look like, whereas the other one was in Cloud's head. This time we can actually have Cloud talking to himself, or talking to Advent Children Cloud, or talking to, I don't know, like OG Cloud, whatever it is. There's so many possibilities, and I'm right there with you. That individual that he talked to right before Flowers Blooming in the Church starts playing in the flower garden, it 100% is OG Cloud. Like, there's no doubt, dude. No question. And that just leads me to believe, like, if they're already playing with this stuff, and we see how deep they're going in with Zack, then
my boy,
what does the final game have? Like, are we looking at a scenario where we have like the Sephiroth who knows all from like having lived through Advent Children in the original game, going against a Zack and Cloud carrying like the entire weight of their respective timelines? Is that what we're looking at, or like what's going on here?
I'm fairly certain that like Zack's is a completely separate third timeline, and Rebirth is gonna tie them together. It's really cool because like the imagery that they use with Sephiroth in the center, and then Cloud with the green going into Midgar, and it kind of lines up with 7 Remakes picture. The same thing with Cloud, the sky, it lines up with Crisis Core, like merging the two.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm convinced. I guess I've convinced myself that like I guess potential spoilers, maybe I'm spitting, I don't know. We've seen like Zack reunite with Aerith, but she's unconscious. Yeah. I'm curious if she's going to be kind of like a Guts Casca situation, like Berserk, through the whole thing. and Aerith is still going to die in Cloud's timeline.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna open her eyes in Zack's, and then her singing that song is gonna play, and that's gonna roll credits. Like, I've convinced
I just
myself.
got chills. I just got chills, bro. I just got chills. I can see it too, bro. I really can, because in our timeline, most of the Sector 7 Avalanche characters died, but we assume, especially after the trailers, that in Zack's timeline, that's where we saw the end of Remake, where we saw Biggs and Wedge and Jesse. Like, now that we have a pretty good confirmation of these characters being alive within some sort of timeline, we're assuming that they live in. So if they live in Zack's, then Aerith obviously could for sure live in that one.
I think it's interesting. Like, we've seen like Aerith giving Cloud Holy uncharged in Midgar, but they're not in Midgar, so that's got to be Zack's timeline, right?
Great point.
Like, dude, I just the third timeline, Zack's timeline, is so drastically different from all of it.
Yeah.
But Remake's timeline is still following the same like major story beats.
It is.
So I'm curious if we're going to like, if part 3 is going to be 3 discs, and the first disc is wrapping up Remake, and the last 2 are going to be continuing Zack's. Like, oh my god! Or like, do you think Zack's gonna show up somehow? Like, the timelines will be merged, and he's going to like fight Cloud for the Black Materia.
Oh my god!
Wow.
That would be insane.
From my understanding, the Whispers are supposed to like keep the timeline like on the right track, and so what would that mean for like Zack's timeline? Is this a timeline where somebody has already defeated the Whispers?
So
or
at
like
the
stopped
end of
them?
Remake, we see right before we fight the Arbiters of Fate, which also, if you assess them using the materia, they're literally Cloud, Barret, and Tifa from the original timeline.
That's right.
Right before we fight them, it shows Zack, and he's like, boy, oh boy, the price of freedom sure is steep. Like, right before he engages in the battle that he loses.
Yeah.
After we succeed, all of the Whispers disperse, including the Whispers in Zack's timeline, and he lives.
Yeah.
So, like, us in the main timeline, because again, the live stream it expands throughout space and time, so it wouldn't be too hard or like far-fetched to believe that when we stop them in Remake, we also stop them in Zack's timeline.
And that like you said, that was of Remake. The Whispers feels like the one thing that connects both timelines. Kind of crazy.
Do you think that Sephiroth has like some sort of control over them afterwards? Like, he wanted Cloud and team to take down the Arbiter of Fate?
Yes. Yeah, I would probably say so. Unless they're, because
like, we still see a whole bunch of them right where Aerith is supposed to die, like in the
cutscene. Yeah, in the trailer. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. Like, are they stopping Sephiroth? Did we just prolong them, or is it like this is a canon event and we just avoided the one, but we have to stop every canon event with a big fight with the Arbiter of Fate? You know? Yeah,
which very well could be the case. So if that's true, God, what would the last game have in store for us?
Oh no, I've also been speculating because like Aerith has to die, because if she doesn't, we don't have the hunt for the giant materia. We don't have the sub. We don't have
meteor.
Like it's all just. It just ends. Like
same thing with Cloud. Like Cloud's character arc is depending on her death. Like he needs to experience for him to come into himself.
Not a husk anymore.
Right.
Which is what Sephiroth wants, so it's easier to control him. Like, I just can't see Aerith living, and that sucks.
Yeah, it really does. But it's like the Ace. It's like they need to die, but it's for the betterment of the story. As much as it hurts, because I love her so much, and I love Ace a lot. So it's like they had to go, but we understand why they had to go.
what's the meme on Twitter right now? It's the, oh, I see, I'm cursed by like plot.
By the
progression.
narrative.
Or-
Yeah.
Well,
Dang man. I've also seen people speculate that like maybe we'll lose Tifa instead. How do you feel about that? Because
When
that would
I-
also affect Cloud's
When-
fixing.
I'll cry.
when I saw that the first trailer, yeah, bro, the Tifa, dude, because this is the thing, right? Tifa's the individual who brings him back originally. If Tifa is gone, who's bringing him back? like Cloud was a husk. Obviously, he had to overcome it himself, but it was thanks to Tifa because she was the only other individual who knew the truth, who was able to allow him to accept the truth. If she's not there, how do we get to that point? It's like, man, that would definitely change the story.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all mentioned the final game, and I'm just like, what would be a bigger threat than like, you know, like multiple parallel realities, like, you know, like I'm just like thinking, and this is like giving me mad Final Fantasy VIII vibes, because like with Ultimisia and like her whole end game is like, you know, like who needs all the time in space, you know, I'm her,
Right?
And like and so like it's interesting, but like then that made me think like we still don't really have a lot of information on what Genova's like race was and things
True.
like that. And like there's so much more they can crack open and like go to, like, instead of just world building, like actual like verse building.
Great point.
I don't know.
So
I think we have some of those answers. Like the devs a few years ago confirmed that 7 and 10 take place in the same universe.
That's true.
And 10-2 has a character named Shinra who has their picture in 7 Remake.
Yes.
And like the Promised Land is literally just not
The live stream. Or Spira.
Oh my god, I can't think of what it's called.
Yeah,
But it's
what was it called? Yeah. I know what you're talking
like,
about.
it's the exact same thing. Like the live stream and summoners are, when they, like, the running theory is that they created space travel and went and occupied this planet, and they were the Cetra because they were so in tuned with sending and summoning and the live stream. And then potentially Genova as an alien came down and smashed into the planet, and that's Northern Crater. And then the natural life on the planet, which is the regular people, like the Cetra started dying off, and then we got 7. Like it's a pretty big running theory. So I guess maybe not Genova has an answer, but we have stuff with the Cetra potentially.
Right. And if we're gonna bring Advent Children into Advent Children went a lot into that too with Genova the clones, which is we're already starting to see that in Remake. They actually were going into quite a few of the Sephiroth clones. So if we dive into that more in Rebirth and the final game, then it'll definitely do more Genova stuff for sure. I especially if we for a Sephiroth who's enlightened, like one who's already gone through the story, and an individual who now I'm curious, because Safer Sephiroth might not even be his final form, because he's already been defeated, right? He's already been defeated in that form. So would he just have another form?
No, he's just gonna grow legs.
The multiverse.
No, I'm sorry.
The multiverse of Sephiroths come and take over the bodies of all of these different clones, and we're gonna fight like 15 Sephiroths at the end, or 60.
It's gonna be like Metal Gear. Like when you fought all the Metal Gears at the end of MGS4.
And simultaneously there's 28 like meteors that are all headed towards the planet, and there's like, you know, like 5 Ultima weapons, you know, like let's go. Oh my god.
Yep.
I don't think Sephiroth needs Meteor anymore because he's already in tune with the live stream now. Like what which I guess is a plot point that I haven't thought of until now. That's crazy.
Oh wow.
Why does he need Meteor?
Yeah. He would probably need it for something else that we just don't know of yet. If it's even going to be used.
I was gonna say that random like new race of people that are talking to the crew in the new trailer who weren't in the original. They were talking about getting it, or holy or something.
Yeah.
Maybe that pushes the plot forward instead now.
Yeah. Great point.
Well, I mean, he could
I don't know,
still potentially need the world to go into like, I don't know, like I feel like the weapons like can't just be something that doesn't happen, and like Meteor just like there's like when you look at the cover for like the OG Final Fantasy VII, it's literally a meteor. Like, you know, like I don't know. I feel like that still has to be important for something.
For sure, Meteor is happening, and we already saw I think it was Emerald Weapon in one of the trailers.
Yeah, so
I think it was Emerald Weapon.
my favorite weapon, you know, like the best super boss in the game. Like, let's go.
Bruh, that time limit's foul.
It is foul. It is extremely foul.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
no, Emerald. I wonder how much health they're gonna give Emerald Weapon and
well, it has a straight million in the OG, right?
Yep.
That is insane. That is so stupid how much health this thing has.
Yeah, dude.
You know, I originally had a theory about like what if the world is fake and it's kind of like Spira, or sorry, Xanarkand in 10. And now I'm thinking, what if it's all in Cloud's head, and that's why both Aerith and Sephiroth are trying to keep him alive, because as long as he lives, the world or I don't know, man. I have so many questions, and all of the information makes my mind race and come up with these crazy things, and I feel like Charlie from It's Always Sunny with the
100%
with the board
with
behind
the board.
The second time we make that reference in one stream, let's go, guys.
Yeah, no, but I feel you, dude. Like, ever since remake ended, it's that's why I'm so glad they went with this route, because there's so much to discuss. There's so many possibilities, and Rebirth is going to be the important one that we're going to see how committed they are to this entire thing, and just how deep they're willing to go. Because depending on how this game goes, we can look at 3 and be like, okay, the third game is either going to follow the rest of the game to a T, or we're experiencing a whole new end to Final Fantasy VII. So I'm very curious.
I think it's also
seeing how they're going to go about it.
It's also worth noting that when asked if bringing back Advent Children, they brought up potentially making it a game.
Which, please.
Whoa.
Final Fantasy 16 felt like Advent Children, like in so many ways. So I would hope, especially with how beloved that movie's starting to get now, I would hope that we get the opportunity.
Back in theaters in 11 days.
That's right. To at the very least have a DLC for it, man. Like I love their outfits so much. I genuinely love the Cloud and Tifa taking care of all those kids as well. It adds so much weight to.
Well, I meme a lot, but I mean it like with all of my heart. It's just like, you know, humor is just a cope response to me. But like I say dilly dally shilly shally too much, just entirely too much, because like of Tifa just best girl, absolute best girl. And I got Advent Children like the day it came out, and I watched that shit so much that I literally burnt the back off of the DVD and had to get it rebacked. Like I loved it.
One of my closest friends, we met each other because of our mutual excitement for Advent Children when it dropped. I think I was in middle school. Yeah, it was 6th grade. And they dropped it in the Xbox 360 store, Microsoft store. And I got my points, and I came home. We got in the Xbox party, and we rewatched that movie, watched it, and rewatched it endlessly. Because before Crisis Core, that was our first look at, oh my goodness, like this is Midgar. It's Midgar in like the future.
It's not in like 16-bit, like, you know, like I don't know, like
The excitement you guys are expressing is giving me goosebumps. It's just, good vibes, man.
Yeah, man. I adore Advent Children. Obviously, it has its faults, as everything else does. In the thing, but I think it just has so much going for it. It's such a special movie for so many reasons, but the final scene in Advent Children might actually be like one of my favorite scenes of all time. There's just so much weight there.
There's
with
not a
Zack
thing
and
I
Aaron
don't
and Cloud,
cherish.
and it's just, bro, Cloud smiling. It is peak. It is actually peak, man.
I really like
hurts?
Kadaj in the group though, looking like they're posing for the hardest album cover of the year. You know what I mean? Like they are kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Nomura went hard with their designs for sure.
What really like hurts is like playing Crisis Core and having them retroactively be like, oh yeah, this scene now has 10 times more meaning. Like the
Yes.
or like they did it again in Remake, like Aerith taking care of an orphanage. Now we can go, oh, Aerith in the original was like that, and maybe Cloud and Tifa are helping them because like it's what Aerith what
she would have done. Yeah.
It gets me.
Man.
It eats me up, man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right on that. I've been thinking about that in regards to how Remake has made me appreciate the entire Midgar section so much more. I can only imagine by the time that we finish the Remake as a whole, I'm gonna have even more appreciation for the original game. But with how much compilation stuff they do, like even wait, have you guys had the opportunity to see the demo or play the demo for Rebirth?
I haven't yet. I was saving it for after I do the intergrid.
Oh, okay, I won't
I've
say
heard
what
it's good.
Okay. Yeah, it's fantastic, man. Exciting stuff there. But and same thing.
Change things. Like if you can't say anything, that means they change things, right?
It's more so like how in Remake, how they had the additions, you know, for certain things. It's more so like that. Yeah. That because I was gonna bring up like that, like the additions, similar to with Intermission. You haven't gone through Intermission yet. That there's certain things that they add, even though that's a brand new story to Remake, but that there's certain things that they add there that are clear to the overall FF7 compilation, to the lore. Like the more you know about the compilation, the more you'll appreciate Remake and the stuff that's going into it. So that's why I wanted to bring that up, because there's so many things that are making me appreciate, like you said, other aspects of the series even more. And Advent Children definitely, with every passing day, gets more and more goated. And it's going to be even more goated whenever.
Uh-oh.
You cut off, brother.
No.
Like and subscribe. You said it's gonna be even more goated when we can hear you now.
Okay. But yeah, that Advent Children just gets more peak. That's what I wanted to say.
No, yeah.
Out of
I
curiosity.
agree. It's definitely transformed from what it was. I already loved it like 15 years ago.
Outside of Kingdom Hearts, that was my first experience for Cloud.
Interesting.
I actually, like, complete disclaimer, I wasn't like into Final Fantasy VII at all until like 2 years ago.
Oh, gotcha.
It was like Remake came out and my brother was like, Dylan, you gotta play this, but you have to play the original first. I will buy it for you. The theories are crazy. Yep. And I was like, oh cool, there's like theory crafting. So I played it and then I had never looked back.
Yeah. So I have to ask then, when you played Kingdom Hearts and you saw Cloud, was the image that you saw Cloud as in Kingdom Hearts much different compared to the Cloud that you got in the games themselves? Or are they pretty similar in your head?
I feel like Cloud was pretty boring in Original 7 until like the end of the game.
Gotcha.
But I guess that's because that's supposed to be a part of the game. I don't know. I was talking to Vex about this a few days ago. Like, I think Tifa's a better example. Like, my exposure to Tifa was badass lady that kicks ass and takes names. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah, that's so cool. And then I played 7 and I was like, oh, she's uwu baby for Cloud. And like, it was like just a night and day, I guess. And I don't know. It's cool to see them lean back into that for Remake.
If I recall correctly, like the first experience in Kingdom Hearts with Cloud is it at the Coliseum right before you fight Sephiroth?
Coliseum.
Like it's like you barely get anything except like I'm edgy and mysterious.
Dude,
like
he's like hired to kill you by Hades.
Yeah.
Dude, his design goes so hard.
It does.
In One though. I wish we could use that design. I love what. Now I'm gonna talk about the characters. I love what they're doing in remake with all of them, because in the original game, I love all the characters in the original game for sure, but I feel like with remake, with all of the years of legacy, with Nojima tapping into Advent Children knowledge, Traces to Pass, all these things, I feel like they completely understand these characters more than ever, which is why in remake, the character dynamics and interactions feel so genuine and so nice. Cloud and Aerith, Cloud and Tifa, Tifa with Barrett, Barrett as a whole is so phenomenal in remake.
The side characters
they just nail
really
the
get
characters.
the side characters really get to benefit from it as well, because like honestly,
sure.
like I never felt for Wedge the way that the remake made me
or
until
Jesse.
Yeah,
Jesse's not even a
exactly.
character in the original game.
Exactly. So I'm just like but man, when he's just like, just tell me I made a difference, I was just like, brother, oh my god. Like,
right.
like,
Yeah, no. They're doing a great job, man. They're doing a great job.
Out of curiosity, did you play Dirge of Cerberus?
Oh, absolutely, dude. Shout out to my boy Vincent, man. That's my guy.
It's one of my favorite characters, but I've never played the game. I've seen some stuff about it though.
I'm completely blind to it, other than I know it's Vincent. It takes place after Advent Children.
Yeah.
And because it takes place after that, and I assume there's no Sephiroth, that means that I don't need to play it to experience Remake's story. But I just recently learned that at the end of Crisis Core, Weiss, who is a character in Dirge of Cerberus, shows up to take Genesis's body. And Weiss is also in Yuffie's story.
Yes. So that's what I was going to bring up. was that Weiss is in Yuffie's story. So
do I still have to play it? I own it physically on PS2. Like I could.
Right. I mean, I would say if you want just the like, oh man, this guy, you know, like, oh I know this guy. If you want to have that experience, absolutely. If you want to go through it first and then go to Dirge, that's also fine as well, honestly.
I feel like it's like a One Piece movie. Like you don't need to. You get to spend more time like being like, yeah, you know, this world, these characters, and things like that. But you don't. It's not like integral to figuring out like the actual like what's going on in the current anime or manga.
Are we sure? Like Cisne's in Rebirth, like
right. But with the Dirge stuff, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Rebirth is gonna let us know how deep they're going into the compilation, because like you said, Cisne is in the next game, but we don't know if Nero or Weiss are in this game.
Nero's the other one.
You know, so it's like if they're there too, and they start reaching into that bag, and we see like a random Kabaj, you know what I mean? Like then we could be like, okay, every single FF7 thing ever made, we gotta experience it again. You know what I mean? So I would say do it, play Dirge, but
I suppose I got some time still.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you still have time. You still have time. You're going through all the games anyway, so it's perfect timing.
And then you could play 8. You know, because
like,
it's peak.
Like,
no,
Crisis.
Yo, Ever Crisis, man. So shout out to the portraits, beautiful portraits. I really want to play the game. It's just, man, like mobile games take up so much space. They make me so mad. They make me so mad, dude. Beautiful portraits, though.
Well, yeah, guys, it's been a whole lot of fun, and like I honestly had no idea, because I've been cooking with Tree for like the past like 2 weeks or so, and watching him like, you know, go through his experience, me reliving, and then like I never played the remake, so just getting that vicariously through him as well. It's just been at the forefront of my mind. I didn't know you were like that big into it, so this was awesome. Like honestly, I know Tree's like, bruh, like he's over here like,
I keep telling him, like every time I start talking about Rebirth and like Aerith, I start smiling and then I start tearing up, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm just so excited. Like,
dude, earlier today in the car on the way to work, I was listening to the Promises to Keep trailer, and I just felt like the tears welling up. I was like, no, I can't do this. Not right now. I have to go make some money. No, I'm
when
not gonna cry.
Xanarkin comes on,
Oh,
my heart.
Bruh.
my
I can
heart,
play
man.
it on piano, and when I had to like learn it, and I listened to it like 6,000 times so I can like actually learn it and things, I was just like, why am I doing this to myself? Like,
Yeah, beautiful song, man. I hope if they ever, because I know they're in talks of making 10-3. I hope
Oh,
if
What?
they
dear.
if they ever decide to actually go through with that, that the reveal trailer starts off with a Xanarkin theme. It's too iconic.
Like,
It's
this
too
is my
iconic.
story of how I came back.
nah.
Right.
What they have to start with is
They
the
retcon 10 too.
blitz off
Yeah.
theme. That's how it has to start. They can end with
Bro.
Xanarkin.
Bro, Blitz after with what they're currently doing with minigames, I couldn't even imagine what
Oh,
Blitz
for
Ball
real.
would be like.
For real,
Blitz
dude.
Ball?
Give us a blitzball game. I don't even need 10-3.
right.
That's how I feel about Triple Triad, honestly. I'm just like, yo, just give me that. Just that. And like
Yep.
the Chow Garden and stuff.
The
I'm just
Chow
like, yo,
Garden.
literally just
Yeah.
give me just that. Just that, please.
Dude, so speaking going back to what we were talking about earlier with about meeting Cloud and KH first, how that was an experience for you, Treat. For me, I first met Squall for the first time in Kingdom Hearts.
Leon.
What?
As Leon.
Oh my goodness.
My entire friend group all knows Squall as Leon, and we still call him Leon.
Oh my
I make
God.
fun of it every time we talk about
Yeah.
8 to Vex.
I cry every
like-
time because it's such a goated game and nobody
Yeah.
I know has played it. It's literally my favorite.
It
Ugh.
is a great game. I'm going to replay it here. Not soon, but in the near future, because I did a replay of 9 a few years ago.
So
and
goated. I love 9.
It's such a phenomenal game.
It's beautiful.
Phenomenal
It's so
game.
beautiful, dude. Some of the cutscenes
love
are
it.
just so ahead of their time. Like seeing Alexander,
Yeah.
just like, bruh,
Yep.
oh my God. I lose my shit every time someone talks about 8 or 9. I love 7.
Yeah.
But like 8 or
Yeah.
9 were like my absolute duo when I was a
Yeah.
kid. Like, oh,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
At
no,
the
I
top of like
feel you.
community polls, it's always 10, 7, 9, and then 6.
I love 6. 6 is my second favorite. Under
6
7.
is my favorite.
See,
Yeah.
nobody
Oh,
gives.
You're a good man. You're a good.
Say that, but like I've been popping off about 7, maybe a little too
Yeah.
hard. Maybe
So-
it's flipped.
Before remake, 6 was my favorite. The remake made me realize how much I actually love 7. Like it made all the nostalgia come back, all the characters come back to mind. Where I was like, I can't deny it. Like 7 is a part of my heart and soul. But before
Yeah.
that, I was like, dude, because the thing is with 6, man. Not only did I get into that game at the perfect time, but dude, Final Fantasy 6 is almost a perfect video game, bro. It is genius, and its execution and its music and the way that it utilizes its characters, the way the story's structured, the gameplay, bro. That game is it is chef's kiss, man. That is a beautiful game. I absolutely adore Final Fantasy 6. I still listen to Terra's theme randomly and in the car sometimes. Such an awesome theme. Love that game.
You know what
I
sucks?
remember-
It's like I've played 6 like 4 or 5 times, and I've never stuck with the original names, so I don't know the names of the cast.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Except for Shadow. Except for Shadow.
Except for
He's the
Shadow,
ninja.
That's right. That's interesting. So like you just go with
Well, I would name them after my
Really?
friends at the time and be like, oh
Gotcha.
yeah, this has this friend vibes. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
I was
dope,
young,
though.
I guess.
That's dope. Because I remember when I first discovered YouTube, 2005, Naruto Linkin Park days. I remember like the big FF7 videos at the time almost always had a Cloud named Ichigo. So like there was a time there where same thing with the Leon thing, people would be like, oh yeah, Cloud or Ichigo. Because I felt like everyone on YouTube was naming Cloud Ichigo. I can't continue to see that. It's just that's what I love about JRPG, and the ability to name your party. Memorable stuff, man. Memorable stuff.
Yeah, I just I know Tree, you have not played through 9 like at all, right?
I have not.
So, yeah, so I don't want to spoil anything,
Same
but
thing
like
as 8. I own it physically, and when I was in like middle school, I popped it in and played for like an hour and then never touched it again.
Yeah.
But not because of the game, but because I have ADHD and RPGs are hard.
yeah, like I don't want to spoil anything, but like one of the most impactful like moments in my entire childhood was watching like the entire forest scene like with my boy, like, and I'm just like, oh my god, dude. Like the whole like first disc of that game is so goated, and the music, it, like I could gab about 9, and I've been trying so hard because this guy's been on a Final Fantasy 7 kick. Like obviously in preparation for what's about to come. I'm like, yo, dude, play 8, play 9. You will be you will fall in love. Like I like
it's coming. I own it on Switch. Like I bought it to play.
Yeah.
I will say the story on 8 is nowhere near, like it's really good up until you get to like disc 3, and then I'm just like, okay, so this happens. Like but the junction system, I've kind of talked to you about it and everything. Like it is like my absolute favorite like customization, like battle system, like within like all of the Final Fantasies. I love the junction system so much. It's so
very
good.
unique for sure.
I wish just bring it back. Just like do an 8 remake. I would cry fountains of tears. Like I love that game so much.
Up until just recently, that was the forgotten child, because until that remaster dropped,
It lost the code, right? That was 8.
Yeah, 8 was stuck for years. We were pleading for anything, a port, a remaster. And we finally got the remaster during the Square Enix conference a couple years ago, but that game was lost in the sauce.
I just recently played through the remaster with, or my roommate did, and I like was the backseat guy, and like I was just like, "Oh, you trying to 100% this? I know where everything is, like literally everything." I'm like, "You want to get the Lionheart on disc 1? Okay, cool. Well, you got to fight this guy in triple triad like 1,000 times till you can get a jumbo cactuar, and then your run is unlocked, and you can do all of this and like do all of this, and like and he's just like, what? And like dude, it was so crazy. I love that game with all of my heart. It's probably more than anything else the game that I have spent the most amount of hours on, except for maybe handheld Pokemon games, just as a collective. But if we're talking about a singular title, Final Fantasy VIII has taken the most of my life, more than anything else in this world. Awesome. Video game wise, it's so good. I've done so many playthroughs. I'm like, let me do a playthrough where I do nothing but base level like magics, and let me do a no junction playthrough. Let me do a no experience playthrough. Let me do a 100% playthrough, and like it's just so unique every single time you go through it. It's crazy. Like let me do something where I literally miss all of the skippables. Like everything that can be missed, let me just not get it. No Diablos, no like Doom Train, no like this or that, none of the magazines. Like let me just do like it's so cool. I love like challenge runs like that, and that's why I was a big fan of like handheld Pokemon games as well, like doing Nuzlockes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so like
so
8
cool
is just
those in an RPG.
Yeah, 8 is just so customizable in like the way that you can do your run. It's insane. Like, let me do a max level run where as soon as I unlock the airship, I just go to the island closest to heaven and the island closest to hell, get everything completely, like every single party member to level 100 and play through the, like, because like every single encounter, boss and random encounters included, are all scaled off of average party level. So if you go in and everyone's at level 100, you are not clearing the game on the easy, like it's not like haha I'm just gonna dog walk you. No, everything is way harder now. Everything is insanely hard. It's so fun.
That is so cool to me, dude, because I've noticed that with certain sections of the Final Fantasy community, there's a single game that they just love to challenge run. Like some have 7, some have 8, some have 9. But I've noticed so many people do it for Final Fantasy X. That is the one that I've seen people do literally everything you could possibly imagine.
Well,
But not
speedrunning,
No, no,
10
Final
too.
Fantasy
yeah,
X.
speedrunning was
too.
like speedrunning was like a big thing. Like it started. I think the popularity and rise of speedrunning really took place like closer towards like the PS2 era, and so of the 3D games, I think 10 got the most attention from that crowd as well. So I think that
For
speaks
sure.
to it.
Yeah, like it's still Mario 64. I
Yeah.
think has the most.
Yeah, absolutely.
For speedrunning.
By
But
far.
I've seen a lot of FF7 ones, Kingdom Hearts, but Final Fantasy X has so many challenge runs. Like I have seen so many over the years, dude. It is nuts, man.
I know, I believe SSJ Cody from the last arc here used to speedrun it.
Okay,
Just to shout at him.
that's awesome. Like are we talking about speed runs in terms of anything goes, or does he limit it? Does he limit himself?
I assume it's glitchless.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm not sure. I haven't talked to him too much about it, but he's
Mhm.
brought it up in passing before.
That's cool. That is so cool. I have so much appreciation for people who do that because
I could never.
that's a skill, man.
Yeah,
that is.
I could never.
There's so much repetition and memory that goes into that. Because I follow a few people who do it for some games. One of them actually does it for Final Fantasy VII, and seeing how much they go back to this game, they know everything about it. Every little thing that they can exploit, they do, just to save time. It's such an incredible thing to watch. That's some of the best content on the platform for video games. I love watching speedrunners. They're great at what they do.
But yeah, guys, we are now approaching the 4-hour mark for the stream, and I love this. I feel like we could go for a couple more hours, honestly, but for the sake of my dog who needs to go potty, and I do want to also catch the new One Piece episode that just dropped. So I feel like we're gonna go to outros, but it has been so much fun having you on, Coach. This is a blast. Tree, I know you've made like another best friend tonight. Like just like with the the second this man mentioned Gurren Lagann, you're like yes, and then like Metal Gear and Zelda and FF7, you're just like oh yeah. For sure. Like
yo, but before I leave, link me your Twitch, Tree.
It's in the description, actually, if you're checking out the YouTube right now. I just put it in the description. Okay. So yeah, you can catch Tree the Wolf on his Twitch, which I've linked there. I'm gonna get his Discord and put it in the description as soon as I'm sharing my screen on Discord right now, so I can't go grab a link, but I'll put that in as well if you're watching this in the future, guys. And 3-Day has been a goat and has just been making links rain in the chat the entire time. We love you, 3-Day. Thank you so much. But yeah, like lots of exciting stuff coming from the world of One Piece and like from Final Fantasy VII, like with Rebirth on the horizon. I'm super hype, and I can't wait. And yeah, especially if Tree starts playing through the series that you sold him on earlier. That sounds extremely interesting as well. So very, very hype. This has been so fun. But yeah, Coach, if there's anything you want to send the folks off with, go ahead, and I have all your links in the description to your Discord, to your Twitch, your Twitter, and to your YouTube as well. But yeah, let the people know what you got going on, how and just how you've been.
So first and foremost, thank you so much for allowing me to be here. This was so much fun, man. From the One Piece stuff to the video game stuff, this is exactly what I love to, why honestly we join the community, right? Is to have these experiences with other individuals. I'm looking forward to the next opportunity that we're all able to get together, talk about greatness. But it's been so much fun, man. I appreciate it. And honestly, we've been just playing a lot of stuff recently, which is why there hasn't been as much over on the channel. Plus, final semester of before I graduate, so it's been a really busy semester over on my end. But still doing the One Piece reactions every week. Just finished reading an amazing sports series called Awashi. Just released a review for that this morning. Fantastic stuff there. Absolutely loved that one. I'm looking forward to get back on Kingdom. Almost done with Yakuza Infinite Wealth, which we'll be doing a video for that for sure. whenever we finish it. And of course, going to be collaborating with my guy AJ, who just finished Naruto. And we're going to be talking about FF7 theories and his journey through Metal Gear Solid. There's just a lot of fun stuff. Oh, and the Q&A. So a lot of fun stuff incoming over on the channel.
Yeah,
but
for sure. Huge congratulations on final semester also, by the way. Like, I know that's a long journey.
Oh, I know,
Huge,
dude. I
man.
appreciate you. Yeah, I am.
And then,
I'm definitely going to continue for the masters, but at least like the main journey's done now.
yeah,
with,
I
for the
actually
bachelor,
also
so-
watch Alexander on his Twitch a lot of times. Where's he at on his One Piece read through?
He's currently still in Onigashima.
Wow! Last time I saw he was in
So-
Whole Cake. This is peak. This is
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, he's in Onigashima right now. He his chapter 1000 stream was really special. That was incredible stuff. He watched episode
Nice.
1015, and it was some good stuff. So I'm gonna have him on for One Piece when he catches up. But before that, we're gonna talk about the other greatness he's been experiencing too. 'Cause
Yeah,
he's also
absolutely.
big into the video game stuff and whatnot. But yeah, shout out to AJ. But yeah, man, thanks for having me, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, it's been so great. And like I said, we have another larger stream that we're planning for sometime around mid-March, and we'll definitely make sure we extend the invite out to you. But it's been so fun. We cooked for so much longer than I thought we would, and I'm super hype about it. I love that. This is my favorite kinds of streams where like I have to we have to pull ourselves away from it because we're just having so much fun. So this was great.
Right.
Tree, go ahead and let the people know what's coming from your content, because I know I'm excited.
Hey, I am Dylan, or Tree the Wolf. You can find me on twitch.com/TreeTheWolf. I almost messed that link up. Oh my god.
You
I'm
did.
also
It's
Tree the Wolf on
twitch.tv.
TikTok. Wait, shoot! I did mess up the link. Yeah, I'm on Twitch at Tree the Wolf. Oh my god. I currently am playing through all of the Final Fantasy VII games, and I think I'm gonna be doing the Yuffie story either tomorrow or Monday
Nice.
in preparation for Rebirth, and then after that, of course, is the demo. Or maybe I'll wait. I haven't decided. I'm also cooking up a Wild Wind Waker theory for a first post on a YouTube channel, but
Oh,
Nice.
more from that later. And I'll toss it
Interesting.
back your way, Vex.
yeah. I've been Vexyz, the Lurking Legend, head cook and host of the last arc. This has been just an absolute ton of fun. Coach, I gotta honestly say, like, here we're in the 11th hour, and I've been wanting to hold back, but I can't really, because legitimately, I have to give you your flowers and say that you have been one of the biggest inspirations for me as an individual, as just a fan of One Piece who came out of their shell and started to vibe in comment sections and hop into discords and things like that. The first time I ever really felt like I could do content creation in this community was, largely in part of Dak Sake just being the absolute unit of positivity and amazingness that he is. And I know you're a good friend of his as well. Shout outs to Dak for sure. But the moment where I decided this is it, I'm going to try to do this, was almost exactly 1 year ago. I think it was around March-ish. There was a stream that Parvision did where he had you on as a guest, and you two were talking about how amazing it would be if everyone in the community would just go out and just make at least one video.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that stream legitimately changed my life. So huge thank you, because now I've been doing streams here with the last arc and just starting my content creation journey and just loving the absolute shit out of just vibing with all of these wonderful people and talking about this wonderful thing. And it's just been so much fun. And I really got to say that I owe a lot of that to you. So I appreciate you so much. And it's been wonderful having you on.
Dang, man. No, that is awesome, dude. I never would have imagined that Par doing shout out to Par, by the way. Love my guy. But
Yeah, huge shout out.
that the stream that we did that day would start the next pirate era. So, that is so awesome, man. No, I appreciate the kind. That's so cool.
And then also just huge props on like the reverie that you hosted. It was phenomenal. And like I said before stream, like I was there for all 11 hours, and like I'm definitely like it's reverie season again. So can't wait for like can't wait for another one. But yeah, like it's just so good to be able to like, this was like one of my bucket list things. Like I got to be on a few streams with Dak, and then just like being able to cook with you. It's been so fun. I've had a huge grin on my face this entire time, and we cannot wait to have you back on. So again, I just wanted to say thank you. Everybody make sure you check out all the links in the description and support Coach and everything that he does. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call it here after over 4 hours. This has been legendary. But yeah, everybody, chat, we love you. We can't do what we do without you. Make sure you like these streams, subscribe, hit up all the links in the description, and have a wonderful rest of your night. You guys have been amazing.